Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here for another night of Duel Commander. Mentioned at the end of last week, we weren't sure what we were going to do, but Legacy ban list not looking great. Legacy car meta not looking great. Probably putting that one on the back burner yet again. Unfortunately, just really does not look like my vibe. I'm also been kind of obsessed with playing Nakia. I've after the stream this past week, I've played 3 more Nakia leagues. I played 1 more Doctor Doom league, and we'll talk about both of the decks more as time goes on. But I'm really enjoying this deck a lot. I think there's a lot of potential, a lot of power here. So I'm gonna play some more Nakia tonight. We'll see how it goes. If you want to see other decks, let me know in like the comments in the YouTube video, or we can chat about it today. If you want to see like Fantastic Car or something, I'm just like after seeing the deck and people playing the deck and people's reactions to the deck, I'm just kind of off it already. It went from like funny meme for one league to like, wow, this just does not look very fun for me. And I'm just kind of, but if people are interested, I'll maybe do a Fantastic Art League at some point. But we got Nakia tonight. And also, a little bit of bookkeeping here. If you look down below, bottom right hand corner, my cycling Flex Slot Magic Online thing, we have an advertisement for the Duel for the Duels event coming up in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania on September 5th. I'm going to keep plugging this for the next like 3 months or whatever until we get there. 2 months and change. Duel Commander event in the US. Top 8 prizes get duels. Don't quote me on that. Top 4 prizes get duels. The details are in a link that's provided if you type !Duel for duels in the chat here. You can kind of see that down below already. But you can click on a link and get information on there. I'll relay more information as time comes. The little graphics probably have a date on there, but it was pretty last minute. I remembered to add it to the stream, so there's no date. Oh, no, there is a date on there. There's not a location. I bet. Maybe I'll put like Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, or something. A little small to put like the full address on, but like I said, you can get the full information, event registration, the exact address and stuff in the link there. So back to the topic at hand, Nakia. I really like this deck. I've been having a lot of fun. I have this pile of cards off to the side that these are, I think, all the cards that I've changed since our first league. I might have forgotten one, but if you're curious about what the changes have been and how they've been going, you can always see them on Moxfield. That's where all my decks are now, at least for now. But we can walk through some of the changes and how I have and my experiences with this deck have been, and then we'll play some more Magic, huh? So we touched on Sky Stride Ranger very briefly when we were like looking for other ways to turn 1 Nakia, and we added burgeoning towards the end, and there's gonna be this recurring theme of like walking through these cards, and the theme is gonna be like when you're playing versus creature matchups, the amount of creatures you have on board in like the first 3 turns of the game matter a lot. And stuff like burgeoning matters less so rather than prioritizing a turn 1 accelerant that almost guarantees you turn 2 Nakia because your opponent can't like lightning bolt your burgeoning or whatever. I'm opting to try Skyshard Ranger. This is my first time trying this card specifically. There are a couple cards here that I have not played since my last league, but I kind of want this card over burgeoning just because bodies on board has been a very recurring important thing in this deck. And maybe there's a world where like some of these half-assed mana dorks, Sky Stride Ranger, Sakura Tribe Scouter is like not good enough, and we just stick with the mana dorks and the exploration, something like that. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel about them. Going along with the idea of like your early turns versus aggro decks matter a lot is we've added Spore Frog, and specifically like a 6 Spore Frog soft lock combo in here. I found that one of the strongest ways this deck, or I guess one of the weakest ways this deck struggles, is when you're on the draw versus a deck that has like a lot of aggression. So being able to set up a board state where you're more comfortably able to Nakia, whether that's like making your opponent's attacks really awkward with the ability to have fogs, and you'll see there like we've added a bunch of fogs to the deck. Oh, I should also pull Glacial Chasm over here because that card also got added later. I'll toss it in here somewhere, whatever. The ability for you to use fogs, and even fogs that are card disadvantage, just to maintain the monarchy has been really, really important for me, in my experience at least, because you just kind of get to break the card advantage paradigm with Nakia, who is not showing up on screen. Sure, that's fine. Do this. There we go. With Nakia, you just get to break the card advantage paradigm, and the more fogs, maybe not the more fogs the better, but some of like the most efficient fogs are the most like tutorable fogs I've kind of liked, and this, the fact that you can do like Spore Frog 6 lock and fog them out for multiple turns and stuff has been pretty good for me so far. In addition to that, Constant Mists. This is a card that I had thought about for a while, but had never actually added. This is just a one card combo recursive fog, right? If you're just drawing if every other card you draw with Nakia is a land, it is kind of a hard lock, as you're deploying the other card you cast and utilizing your land drops to continually play Constant Mists every turn or any turn that you get attacked until you have a big enough board state that no longer matters. Another card that I have yet to play, but I wouldn't be surprised to see if this card is good. Jolrael, whatever. Jolrael. This is a card I think that I'm gonna be honest. The person in chat right now, Aslid, your name feels like a key smash to me, so I've never been sure how to refer to you. This is the first time I've ever had to refer to your name out loud, so I don't know what to say, but I'm pretty sure you suggested it. I put it on the considering list, and this is the first time we're gonna try her. Kind of excited. It's just like, a 1/2 that makes a 2/2 every turn, unchecked. I've been kind of surprised with how often your monarchy can just go unchecked in this deck, so I'm kind of interested in trying a card like this where just cheap bodies on board is really, really important. Along with that, we talked about 6 Spore Frog Lock. This is also just kind of like a reasonable value card. The thing that we hammered home like 100 times last week of like how many like 3-drop value permanents can you really play in this deck? The answer is not very many, I think, because your bottleneck is like how fast you can deploy all your cards, and you want like some really premium 3s, I think. But I mean, 6 has helps you when you're flooding out, helps you hit like your land drops, helps you with Spore Frog Lock. I think it's pretty fun. Trinisphere is a card that I'm still kind of a little iffy on. I like the ability to like break the parity with this deck that's like very aggressively trying to get to 3 mana first and then just hitting a bunch of land traps with Nakia and stuff. Like any situation where you could play turn 2 Nakia on the play and your opponent like doesn't do anything or like can't interact with your exploration or your wild growth or whatever, you can instead just slam Trinisphere and then slam Nakia the following turn and just like put them way, way, way behind. And it's way harder for them to keep up. Utilizing like cheap removal to keep your board in check and stuff. And also this card is like very good for combo decks. We'll address the elephant, the car in the room, as we get to some of these other niche cards. But this card's very good against like Car, very good against Serac, very good against like Storm, stuff like that, and really good versus fair decks if you can deploy it at the right time. I still Explorer. This card's just like bananas. This is like one of the best. I forgot to get Kick Stream Decker Bot out of here. Just listen to MTG about my deck list from Moxfield, including this one. Ice Explorer is just like bananas. This is like one of the best green cards like ever. This card is just so much value. This card should just be in the deck all the time. This card's great, especially when you start talking about cards like Glacial Chasm locking. You just get to like lock people out of the game with like more fog locks, in addition to just hitting a million land drops, which is something this deck constantly wants to do. Glacial Chasm, we've said enough about fogs. It's a fog that can be tutored with Crop Rotation or Elvish Reclaimer. You can fog lock people, not only with just ISO Explorer, but with stuff like Bossing Say. This one's a little bit looser because they can answer it. They can like bounce your creature and stuff, but you can like Bossing Say or Badgermole Cub your Glacial Chasm and then sack it and it comes back. Stuff like that. There are a lot of different ways you can utilize Glacial Chasm to lock your player out multiple times. I'll put Force Figure up here. The I still is good, but kind of cringe. I'm kind of tired of seeing the card. Yeah, I mean, imagine if you play Standard, this card's probably pretty exhausting to see. Kind of new experience for me, at least, to discover just how fucked up this card is. It is very good. Turns out when you put an Explorer and a Crucible on the same magic card, it is very powerful. It also just like fuels itself if you don't have a fetch land yet. It pretty aggressively mills you into like finding the fetch land or just other lands to play. Vine Dryad and Sky Shroud Cutter are cards that I did not expect to see myself want to put in the deck, but I've been very impressed with Vine Dryad. This will be the first league with Sky Shroud Cutter, but these are both really, really, really bad creatures, with the caveat that they are almost completely free to cast. Vine Dryad is Force of Will, Flash Forest, Walk 1/3, and Sky Shroud Cutter is if you control Forest. It's, again, not showing up on screen for some reason. Likes to get cut off, whatever. It's if you control a forest, you can cast it for free and have your opponent gain 5 life. Tainted Pact, not Tainted Pact, Tainted Remedy All Star, is that the card? But Vine Dryad has been really sweet. I had a really sicko screenshot playing against Felia where they like attacked with a Mother of Runes and a Benevolent Bodyguard trying to take Monarchy from me, and I got to flash in a Vine Dryad and force the Benevolent Bodyguard to activate, and then attack with a Vine Dryad and then just like block out the Mother of Runes for the rest of the game. It's like Flash in combination with free is really, really powerful in terms of Monarchy because it's really unexpected. Your opponent is very aggressively trying to attack you to take the Monarchy, and you can Flash block or Flash attack them back, stuff like that. I'm not less sure about the Sky Shroud Cutter because it doesn't have Flash, but it is also just 0 mana 2/2 in a lot of instances. And the first like 2 to 3 turns of games versus the creature decks are very critical in my mind. In terms of you want blockers to protect your Monarchy. What is Nakia? This is Nakia. We've printed 3 mana Monarchy in the color that can get to Monarchy or get to 3 mana on turn 2 with extreme consistency. Do people not know about Vine Dryad? It is my first time seeing Vine Dryad. Sorry, I'm not a Mercadian Masks expert like some people, Jarvis. And then lastly, we have Force of Vigor here. I think Force of Vigor is just good. Free spells are broken when you have a Howling Mine. Card advantage is kind of made up, and this card is just very insane on rate. It's like if you target 2 things, it's just a free 2 for 2, which is insane, and destroying artifacts at instant speed for 0 mana is pretty important right now. Lastly, this card is a bit of a meme. I don't expect that you should be playing this, but it's really funny to play. I've just been having fun murdering car players with it, rampaging Yao Guai. It's just ETB blow up everybody's car tokens and all their 0 drops and any Urza Sagas or constructs or whatever. I've also just like paid X equals 1, X equals 2 versus like Cloud and destroy a Skull Clamp or a Seam Rip or a GT or like, multiple things. This card's not terrible on rate, honestly. It just like this deck has a bunch of mana, scales relatively well, just like a huge Reclamation Sage type effect that you can also just Green Sun to nuke a board of cars. I think if you're trying to optimize this deck, you probably don't pick the Yao Guai, but it's just been really funny, and I like to teach car players a lesson also. Anyway, that's kind of my logic on a lot of the new changes. Let's just play some Magic. I've been talking long enough. I'm the rare person who knows Vine Dryad and Fantastic Car. I am now the rare person who knows about Vine Dryad and Fantastic. You didn't know Nakia though. I'm the Nakia expert. No one knows about the turn 2 Monarchy. Nakia's dual commander only. Well, I mean, you could play it in normal commander too. You could also play it in Legacy or Vintage. It doesn't do anything. They put commander text on it, therefore it's irrelevant. It is funny that like I think that they specifically learned their lesson with the Monarchy and decided to put Monarchy like specifically cards that say like if you control your commander, do this broken thing so that they don't fuck up Legacy. What the fuck is going on here? Bear typal? Looks like bear typal. My hand does not cast Nakia on turn 2. So we're on the draw against another green deck. Honestly, I've never seen this card before either, so I guess neither of us win this one, Jarvis. His hand is on the draw versus a green deck, which is almost certainly going to have mana dorks and shit, and we don't have a mana dork of our own or any sort of like interaction. Hall of Gemstones would be nice against a 3-color deck, but mana dorks make that plan worse as well. We're just going to easy mulligan button. This deck is really good at hitting the mulligan button because Nakia recoups you so hard. That being said, I don't know if I want to mold a 5. Maybe I have to, but I really don't want to play Nakia on turn 2 in this matchup anyway, so maybe it's fine to just, like, bottom Arbor and go, like, 1-drop, 1-drop, 1-drop into, like, being able to defend Nakia better. And also we have one of our rare removal spells. I think I'm just going to keep this and bottom Dryad Arbor. So what are they doing? I'm going to keep that first hand. Really? Against... I already forgot what that first hand was. I'm going to be super honest, but... I feel like that first hand sucked. It had, like, one dead card already. The Allosaurus Shepherd ain't doing shit. Mulliganing is really broken in this deck, too. Arena of Glory is a pretty annoying one, I will say. Plays Nakia but doesn't have 3 mana on turn 2. I specifically cited that this was a situation where I might want to just run into Nakia on like turn 3 or 4. Given that we were our creature matchup. Yeah, Arena of Glory definitely, like, in tandem with Mother of Runes gums things up on the Monarchy front. But if they have to use Mom proactively to take Monarchy, then we can take Monarchy back fairly consistently, and then also use Archery Charm to clear them on or something. This is like the bear table. I stopped reading it though. Draw a card for all your bears, and whenever a bear attacks, it becomes a 5/5. That's pretty brutal. I think I just let this happen on anything. Yeah, I'm definitely not stone raining myself here. I think this hand really has to cast Nakia. And if they have to, like, use Mom to punch the Brutal Cathar... Also, they can't just use Mom to punch the Brutal Cathar through, because we have a colorless blocker as well. If we really want to. But we'll see. They could easily change things with Arena of Glory. Clearly the deck tech was clickbait. True. Skyclave apparition. Sure. On the Nakia. Does make my ability to attack them back worse. We'd have to kill the Skyclave. I almost want to leave the Nakia under the Skyclave. Is that nuts? Nakia's, like, really shitty after the ETB. Like, if they eat this and then pro-green attack... Oh, they can't pro-green attack, I guess. So I guess we don't really need to attack back. I do, like, kind of want to just leave this under. I'm really worried about getting attacked by 5/5s next turn. Than drawing 2 cards, but... I mean, I guess we can go Glacial Chasm plan. I'm gonna put it in the command zone. I don't have a strong confidence in that. Glacial Chasm plan, definitely unideal this early, but... Oh yeah, you definitely played more Magic than me lately. I've been playing more off stream lately, but oftentimes I'm just like, I'll play a League on stream and then not play Magic until the next stream. Don't know what my plan is. I mean, we have like bossing, say, Glacial Chasm, but we don't have the ability to like recur land drops quite yet. I mean, we could Archdruid's Charm down the road for the bug. This thing's gonna get kind of out of hand if it starts flipping though. If I like don't cast a spell on a turn, like perhaps next turn. Does to flip and then flip back to exile a thing? Yeah, the backside doesn't do anything. It's a nice pickup because it means that I can keep this Brutal Cathar from flipping. They have to like flip it back on their end as well. But... all right. Well, I have a plan. It's not the best plan in the world, but it is a plan. I think I might genuinely want to Archdruid's Charm for the bug. Hasting in Duskana. Makes sense. They're gonna punch me for like 15. And draw 2 cards. No. Attack with the Mom, that's fine. What do I want to do this turn, though? Pay 2 life. Utopia Sprawl's free, that's nice. So it means I don't have to cast a spell this turn, too, if I don't want to. I could just cast Utopia Sprawl. But I could also just cast Archdruid's Charm, and then next turn play the bug. I don't know what I'm working towards, because I'm worried about this Mother of Runes plus Brutal Cathar. We could also Archdruid's Charm for Ballista. And I'm also worried that we don't have infinite time with this Chasm. I guess we have a lot of time with this Chasm, though, because we can do, like, bossing, say, locking and stuff, too. Next turn we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. We ping that. I think I'm going to hold up the ability to cast Archdruid's Charm here, because I don't know what I want to do. They just drew 2 cards. We could also Reclaimer of the Forest into Yafamaya for more mana. That is true. Cub, sure. Hey, T Crumb 24, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, I guess. Wasn't playing around Deep Gnome Terramancer, but sure. If your best play was Badger Welcome in a Deep Gnome Terramancer, I'm not too worried about dying currently. Ballista plus Cat or Bill or Ouroboros plan, yeah, probably. I'm worried about if they realize that they can start flipping this Brutal Cathar back and forth to fuck my shit up, it would be kind of annoying. And also, I don't know how much time we have behind our chasm here. Again, we could always bossing say it at least. I'd like the Brutal Cathar dead so I could also protect Ballista with Archer Charms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. So maybe this turn we just cast Archdruid's Charm, which means I think we do bossing say the Glacial Chasm. Right? No, this costs 1, 1, 2, 3. No, I'm 1 mana off of doing all that. Unless I want to cast Veil Summer instead. I think I do want Ballista more than anything else. Because I'll also level up this for fun. I can't prevent this thing from flipping, right? Daybound only cares about active player, so I can't, Veil of Summer on their end step to prevent it from flipping one set to one side. Uh-oh, Worldly Tutor. Are we dying? Or are we dying to, the 3-2? The Bailoff? We're dying to a lot of things. I assume something in their deck can, Magus of the Moon me, or, prevent damage prevention, Questing Beast, White Orchid Phantom. Yeah, fair enough. Bailoff isn't a 2-2 that would break the immersion. Yeah, that's why they had the White Orchid Phantom, obviously. Kind of expected more mana dork stuff. That was just one game. Maybe they'd have some more stuff, but maybe I'm. Alright, this hand's pretty great. It's time for our 2-2s. Who's the 2-2 deck now? The hand that produces turn 2 Nakia. Yeah, crazy. I like holding on to my fetch lands, and I like hiding Tech Edge. I don't think we need to hold on to 2 fetch lands. I really don't think it matters that much. It'd be sad if I draw exactly Scythe Cat Cub, I guess. I do think there's some value in hiding the fact that I have Tech Edge. If they're trying to line up a Dusk on a turn. On the play, I feel a lot comfier here, that's for sure. Nice White Orchid Phantom. Don't even want to blow up your own lands? Ooh. Don't mind if I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. I guess that's the reason to not play with the Techage, huh? 5 mana means that we can. I would love to have Safekeeper up to protect Endurance. I think I'm just gonna end up not attacking with Nakia here just to make sure that they can't take Monarchy from me. Although, yeah, I think that's fine. I'm gonna Winter Moon then, and then hold up Endurance. Do I care though if they're attacking? They're taking. Oh wait, no, I can't attack here. Yeah, no. Okay, I'm just gonna Winter Moon them and have Endurance. Put counters on the cutter. Is that? I guess that is. No, that costs mana though. It's no better than attacking with Nakia. If they have 1 mana removal tool for Endurance, it's still kind of fine because they're under the Winter Moon. And we just take Monarchy back immediately. Joe Latour, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Endurance. They do have 1 mana removal, sure. Yeah, maybe I was supposed to. Winter Moon is pretty good there. It's kind of tempted to just Safekeeper plus Endurance. I don't know. It's not like they can defend the Monarchy with like their leftover mana here. They do get to draw 1 card. And then we'll have Nakia. Maybe it wasn't worth attacking for 3, but we do need to kill them. Like, we are on a little bit of a clock here when all their 2/2s turn to 5/5s. Okay, that doesn't really matter. Until your next turn? Okay, so this can block on their turn. Cool. And abilities can't be activated, sure. Yeah, sure. Alright, now we should have Monarchy locked down, and they're under a Winter Moon. We just need to kill them. They might not know that Nakia has Reach, too. Secret Reach card. Yeah, there's dead. Yeah, it seems like their deck is actually a lot more Hate Bear adjacent than, like, Mana Dorks. Which I guess makes sense because, like, ramping yourself into this card doesn't really do anything if you have a bunch of, like, 1/1s in play, right? What did they pitch to the Solitude? Elder Skull. Yeah, that card makes sense. But just like actual things that that are 2/2s are in their deck mostly, rather than a bunch of mana accelerants. And they aren't 2 good removal colors, so your deck probably has like more bolts and plows than Land of War Elves. This card doesn't. This deck. Yeah, this hand does not turn to Nakia. In fact, they took 8 Bear literally. This hand has a lot of good things going for it. Am I supposed to just mull it for the Mana Dork hands, though? Maybe the full combo here, although they show that they have a lot of different interactive elements. Kind of want to keep this hand, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Tapped. We'll just draw Wild Growth off the top anyway here. Problem solved. Oh, I'm so fucking smart. Look at me. They might just have, like, Plow or something? Manative? Nope. Plow? Nope. Deal. Shock? Do nothing? What were they holding up? What do you possibly shock in there and then also don't manatize the bird? This has got to be like some Flash thing. I genuinely think I don't want to play Nakia here. I think I would rather play like Spore Frog Library. I don't want to like flash in Nakia and then just get like Flash Creature or cast Nakia and get Flash Creature on tap removal spell attacked when my Mana Dork is a 0/1. And Sylvan Library does like a pretty good Nakia impression anyway. Alternatively, we could also set up 6 and start getting 6 value, but I like Library plus Frog. Oh, it's supposed to be Cub. Cub's free, right? Cub's free to cast? Whoops. I'm still not used to Cub mana. Is Cub free to cast? No, it's costs 1 mana to cast, right? I play it for 2, it animates a land that comes untapped, and then the birds taps for 2? Yeah, it's -1. It's free next turn. I need 3 lands and a mana for it to be free, right? Yep. There's Flash Creature. Yep. What do we got? Veil. That's pretty bad. We can't shovel it away yet, but I don't think I want to just like power through it. Could also like play out 6 to try to attack through it, but I think this is a good Nakia turn. With Frog alive and going with land, Cub, Nakia. I guess we will just power through it in that I will pay 4 life. I almost want to play Thrun. But I should really start just drawing cards. If they like remove Nakia, what the hell is this? Interrupter? Yeah, sure. Just get to cast it for 2 mana next turn. Why is my Nakia jumping around? Yeah, nothing I could play beats even after. Yeah, if they want to blow up my library, I don't really care. We'll have Nakia down next turn. Attack with just Interrupter. Get the Exalted, sure. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. I can't do everything. They don't want to blow up my library? Come on, yeah. Oh, Path my Cub. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana instead. Yeah, I can still play 6. This also shuffles away that Veil of Summer. Nice. See if I find something better to play than 6 here, because I'd like to not expose this 6. Wintermoon's pretty nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, right? God, do I really want to go to 7 here? I mean, I could just, like, start Spore Frogging after that. It's not bad. Going to 7 feels a little risky, but I really like just spewing my whole hand here. Nakia, Moon Arbor, go. See, it feels like it puts me pretty solidly ahead. I should probably have played out the War Room instead of a forest. Well, no, because I have Wintermoon. Just thinking about the lands that I'm supposed to discard to 6. I mean, also as it currently stands, they don't have good attacks. So they have to, like, removal spell the Nakia just to attack, and then I sack Spore Frog. And I get a 6 Spore Frog. If they just attack, I'm trading Nakia with their Interrupter. I don't care. Oh, I kind of forgot about the Quasali versus my Wintermoon, huh? A little bit of a problem here is that I'm not killing them. I can, like, draw a billion cards. If we're trading off 2/2s and they have to sack this Quasali, I guess they're losing more and more 2/2s. That's kind of fine. Did they miss land drop? Maybe. Land. I think we just take Verdant Catacombs and shuffle. Four, and then I'll have 1, 2, 3 plus land drop. I should just activate Bossing Say then, right? I don't think I need to keep Regenerate Shield up on Thrun. I think he just blocks everything. I just, like, make a tapped 2/2. Feel a little bit gross going to 6 life versus, like, they could have Lightning Bolt and shit. But I do think I want to put the hurt on him, which means beefing up my board more and more. Oh, shoot. I hate Arbor Elf on MTGO because you can't just tap it like a Mana Dork. It's kind of the worst thing in the whole world. Maybe this was a little bit too aggressive on tapping down my creatures. Now I maybe have to use the Spore Frog. I don't know how much that matters, though. I'd be happy. I guess if they attack both, I'd be happy to just kill the Containment Priest in exchange for the Spore Frog. Given that they probably have to sack this Quasali at some point, just getting like a free kill on the Priest. Alright, they don't have green mana here if I have to lose the Spore Frog. At least get to reset it. But it does obviously break up my combo. Okay, cool. None of these cards are very useful. In fact, 2 of them are identical. But we'll just draw through them, I guess. Am I supposed to start like attacking with this Thrun or something? I'm gonna start activating my Bristly Bill ability. That's for sure. I guess Thrun's already pretty huge. But I don't want to put on the bird. I can put it on Bill himself. But Bill's likely to die. Put it on the Thrun. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to attack. We have plenty of reasonable blocks here. We can declare blocks with our creature lands, and then activate Bill. Oh, are we slamming Duskana? You do get to draw 3 cards. But I can also just sack Spore Frog if you just, like, send. And then I think you die. I think you might just be dead. Oh, we're solituding Bill. Alright, maybe not dead. But we can also just get another Spore Frog. Yeah, I wasn't allowed to besiege my own stuff, right? Yeah, I'll put my controls. Oh, whoops. I kind of forgot about that. Oh well. -1 mana. Should have just tapped the Bird of Paradise. 6, 7, yeah, not dead, but I can just chasm them for a turn. I'm a little. I guess we can chasm. We can just like insurance policy chasm and 6 Spore Frog, just like double insurance here. Oh, and they're like super iced out by Wintermoon too. I should have done a lot of that post-combat, but whatever. They didn't untap their Scavenging Ooze mana. When did I gain 2 life? Oh, Solitude. I was thinking about like lightning bolts and stuff. But yeah, I feel pretty safe here. Their plan of like Spirit Guide out Duskana and saving their Crystalline Pride Bridge the whole time doesn't really seem like it worked out very well when I'm just sitting on Spore Frog. Maybe they're supposed to like Solitude Spore Frog on my end step or something and then get me like that. That would have been a lot more annoying, that's for sure. Because like they obviously had the Solitude White card, right? Because they drew the land. Because they missed a land drop. I think we're fog locking them, and then they're pretty close to dead next turn. If they can't stop the Hex Drinker, they're at effective 1. I knew I should put the counter on the Bird of Paradise. But yeah, like plenty of attackers, we should be fine. Doesn't seem like my opponent is particularly alive here. I should have probably leveled up. I don't know. Like, I can't imagine there's something that actually happens here, but like, I could have just left Hextrigger at 3 instead of 4, so it gets a protection from instants, and held up like a regeneration shield on Thrun. But like, what are they gonna do even on like a 3rd mana source that kills the Thrun? Fucking get out or get what's the 3 mana split up? Split up me. Even then, like, they're still dying to the Hex Drinker, right? Or they're like, tapping out all their mana into the Winter Moon again. I sack the Chasm, attack them with a 6/6 Hex Drinker. I still have the Spore Frog in play. Yeah, I don't think my opponent is alive. But really nice game showcasing like the power of the fogs versus the creature decks. Exactly what we were talking about up top, right? Is that it can get a little iffy when you're on the draw and your opponent has like early game creatures and removable spells to try to contest the monarchy. And these like convenient fogs that are on bodies, fogs that are on like tutorable lands, fogs that are self-recursive, or recurred via other efficient threats are really nice. And the cutter was decent game too. Like exactly what we talked about. Just early game creatures to contest monarchy fights and creature matchups, fogs to help break parity on board states and stuff. I wasn't on Frog. The big thing about Frog for me is that like I think 6 is just a very good card to play in the deck, and Frog becomes a lot better with the access to 6. And Frog's like fairly passable on its own. Like before we even drew the Bird of Paradise, one of the reasons I kept that hand that was like a little dicey was just because we just like weave Frog in. We just go like Frog into 2-drop, and then the turn 3 Nakia becomes a lot safer in the creature matchup where you get to use the fog to be able to untap and defend your monarchy better. Hey, Giddy, don't knock my stuff over. Thank you. I don't know where my opponent went, but we got him. Oh, also, things to complain about. Y'all fucking go on GoBots lately and see that there are no Hitmonkeys? What's up with that? Where are all the Hitmonkeys? I wanted to try Hitmonkey instead of Thrun. They don't exist. Where the fuck are they? I know they're out there because I played against one in a league. These cards exist. They're in treasure chests, but like, no one who needs these. They're just a commander card that's unplayable everywhere. Where are my Hitmonkeys, wizards? Daybreak? I just wanted to try Hitmonkey. But they just don't fucking exist. Now Watson needs to give him a Spore Frog with Flash and free if you give the opponent 5 life. True. I mean, the fact that the only legal commander free spell is a fog is really funny. They all got. I when I was building the deck at first, I just like didn't even bother checking because I just assumed that all the commander free spells were banned. I never knew that the green was just a fog and it was just unplayable. But it's like actually it's really good in Nakia. Would Thrun or Monkey be better here? It'd have 2 counters on it, so it would be worse than Thrun here. Yeah, because Monkey's worse at attacking into creatures because it is just a 3/3 with like no first strike or anything. Thrun's better on offense against creature decks. It's also better on defense, I guess, but Monkey is better like dual purpose. And one of the big things that I wanted to try with Monkey is how it performed in the 2099 matchup and whether or not it was like a good pivot versus 2099. Monkey's got Death Touch and Vigilance, yeah, but like it just trades with like Duskana or like 2/2/2s or whatever, rather than just being unkillable. Which is still really good here. It would I mean, I'd be putting on a lot less pressure, I think. I think they would have just like blocked with Duskana or something. And then I guess it's like all their pressure's gone, or like block with 2/2/2s and all their pressure's gone too. It also would be a 5/5 right now, because I would have put 2 counters on it. Although I might not have put counters on it if it was a monkey instead of a Thrun. I might have just put the counters on the bird. I read that any pivot leaves with no monarchy and a lot of questionable cards in the deck. I also was a little bit worried about that, but like the deck has been feeling so good versus control, even without like even when it's hard to resolve monarchy on the draw and stuff, that I want to experiment with like pivots on the draw versus various decks. Like I've been boarding into Surrak on the draw versus like heavy creatureless control decks because it's just really hard to resolve Nakia sometimes. And maybe that's wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe just like Nakia is really good and you have the ability to like force it through with stuff like Allosaurus Shepherd and it's like 1 or 2 other counterspell, anti-counterspell like Veil Summer and stuff. Surrak is risky in the black. Is it? Are we talking about like I died if my opponent casts Orcish Bowmasters? Is that how that card works? And I hadn't really thought about it until you specifically said that, so I assume that there's some fucked up interaction there. Whenever a creature you control or the target becomes target of so ability an opponent controls, draw a card. So you would just deck, right? Because they point at Bowmaster as Surrak. You draw a card. Bowmaster trigger, you draw a card. Okay, yeah, you would just automatically deck yourself out. All right, maybe not a good plan versus the black control decks. That is a interaction I had not considered. We could also board in like Thrun or Hitmonkey in those matchups, but I don't like that as much. What did we like move to combat? Is my opponent like salt roping me? I think that's got to be it, right? The fact that we spent 5 minutes on main phase, then moved to their beginning of combat phase. My opponent's just like running the clock down because they're salty. I mean, I'll take those. Like, I don't think you get to show up in the dual commander leagues with fucking Duskana and then like salt when you lose. I don't know. That's just me, but like. I mean, there's never an excuse for salting and running down the clock against someone, but like if you're showing up with your fucking 5 mana whatever do nothing bad against removal spells commander that's never seen the light of day, then you don't really need to get mad when you're losing because you're gonna be losing a lot. You got fantastic card on paper, AMA. How did it feel? You have fun? You have fun? You enjoy your time? Salt Roof for losing to Mono Green. My deck is better than theirs by a good margin. My commander makes more sense within the confines of within the constraints of the format than theirs does. Regardless of how good or bad Mono Green may be. I play a fog. I have 2 fogs. I play like 4. I mean, they're registering like fucking White Orchid Phantom. Like, that card is not good in Duel Commander. The fact that everyone has basics, I just never even put that card in like Felia. Like the perfect deck for White Orchid Phantom. You just won't want that shit anywhere near your deck. I'm happy to be on Reanimator in the car meta. I mean, you could also just be on car in the car meta, right? That seems like better than just being on a random Force of Will deck in the car meta, right? Are you excited to get 16'd by car and then animated in Atraxa and then still be dead to the remaining 12 damage after you gain 6 life from blocking? Hey, Skagra42, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Yeah, but I'm not buying that shit. Yeah, fair enough. We'll see what I'm morbidly curious to see how Legacy looks in like a month from now to see if are we like so deep in the car meta that we're like main deck Deafening Silence, are we like sideboard Leyline of Singularity deep, like is it really going to be that bad or is it just going to be like kind of toxic combo deck that like but also there's just going to be like Sneak and Show and Blue Red Cutter and all that stuff still. Have you considered anime dead on Raph and Mikey into Atraxa? Don't you still lose? You deal them 13 and gain 7 life up to below 16. And then you die. Moto? Can I have my win? My opponent's clock has reached 0. The game is ended. I have won 2-1. Nice. Got him. Ooh. Immediate queue up again. Let's go. Not a cute look opponent. Flub's the Fool, huh? Alright, playing against like lands stuff. I kind of like Force of Vigor, not enough to keep this hand. I don't know, when I'm on the play against a deck that isn't going to contest Monarchy very much, that I'm gonna mulligan fairly aggressively, I think. On the play, we already won. I mean, that's kind of how this deck operates. It's off Asmo. I mean, I don't know, people play a lot of different decks. Alright, turn 1, and we still have the Force of Vigor, look at that. I think I'm gonna bottom. I guess we want to bottom a land. Is it lands flubs or storm flubs? Yeah, I assume lands flubs, but I mean, I guess it could be storm flubs for all I fucking know. I'm gonna bottom a land here. It's maybe a little bit greedy, but I like 6 lets me hit land drops later, and like having an extra pitch card for Force of Vigor is nice, and we'll start drawing 2 cards a turn. Bottom Shifting Woodland, Force Utopia Sprawl layer is probably more important. Hello, good luck. I'm still learning this deck, so my play is pretty slow and awkward. No problem, opponent. You like bottom layer? I guess maybe layers were. I don't know. I kind of want the ability to use layers pressure. I find that Woodland is like kind of hard to get online. Maybe in tandem with the 6, it's not. Slow is a problem. Oh no, turn one creature. Fuck. We can't beat that. I think low-key I might play 6 here, especially if we draw a land. Nice. I think I am just gonna play 6 here. We're gonna have like Nakia plus quick reflexes up, or proactively quick reflexes to kill their dork. I don't want to just, Nakia into Lightning Bolt lose. Slow's not a problem. I mean, I play slow, especially when I'm like streaming new decks. Like we were below our opponent on time there. Towards the end, like I tend to play slow when I'm talking through my lines and stuff. I don't mind slow players unless it's like when it gets like egregious, when I'm like up like 15 minutes on my opponent, I start to get a little bit exasperated. But I still never like I'm not gonna like salt in chat about it or anything. Dust Bowl is great if their lands flubs. True. Oh, are they just like fucking creature flubs? What's happening? I can't kill that with quick reflexes because it's a 3/3. Kind of terrible. Is lands flubs play just like Cub though? Is that a normal thing that they do? All right. What's my plan here? I mean, at this point I could like fight over Monarchy a little bit. It gets pretty out of hand if they have fetch land, and this thing becomes like a 6/6. But we can, after that, we can also like Talon Gates it for a turn at instant speed and kind of stay afloat. We could also like try to Dust Bolt them out of this game, but that seems a little bit loose. I think I'm just going to not attack. No, I want to draw a card. I want to mill a land. If they have like some way to instant speed a land drop, that would be kind of nuts. But I don't think I'm like ever blocking the Scythe Cub anyway, unless they like. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever blocking Scythe Cub. So I think I just want to try to draw a card. Ooh, a City of Traders. Don't mind if I do. They didn't block. Cool, good for me. 3 damage. Yeah. Just Dust Bolt Nakia. We'll see how next turn goes, but we can like kill off their mana dork, instant speed Talon Gates down the Scythe Cub or something. Ideally, they just don't have like ways to hit 2 land drops this turn, and we can just kill the Cub. Well, I said ideally. I would say unideal. We can force a figure that at least. In fact, I think I have to force a figure it. I don't want them hitting more land drops. Surveil land, untap land. I like that. Do I let them hit the? I think I let them hit the land drop so I can tag both of these. I think that's more important than I think denying the land, the exploration is better than denying the land here. This sidekick is fucking huge. I am very worried about it. But it also gets used if they just have land drops with, like, you know, flubs active down the road here. I just have to let this happen. Chasm, huh? That's not that bad. We can Dust Bullet. But I don't know if I can Dust Bullet and Talon Gates them. I have to sack a land here. That's all good for me. I can shoot this in their upkeep, right? And draw a different green card. For a lead retrace shit. I'll be super honest. Might be a retrace bill situation to try to race. Although this thing's gonna hit me for so much. If they have another fetch land, this thing goes to 5, then 10 counters, then 12s me, which is not lethal, notably. And then we can Talon Gates it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we only have like 6 mana tops. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's Bill, Dust Bowl, kill Halfling. I agree. Bill, Dust Bowl. Wait, can I kill Halfling? Aren't I like short a mana for that? 2 mana for Bill, play City of Traders, 3 mana Dust Bowl. I think I have to leave the Halfling. Which I think is also kind of fine. I also discard my Windswept, which is super exciting for my Bill, but is what it is. Wait, do math, see if you can kill. How on earth am I killing? There's 16. Like untap, tap, tap, double. That's like so much mana. I think we're just racing. Wait. I have no idea what you're saying, yeah, Alex. Ooh, Besage you, I don't mind that. Oh, kill Scythekeka with Reflex? Could we have done that? Play... Oh, I got distracted. I attacked into this chasm, god damn it. Fuck me. Could have also just Besage it. Well, that's a pretty bad punt. We can now instead hit the Cub. And still have to... I think I might actually... No, I can't Dust Bowl. I need to phase out this Cub. Let them pay life if they want to. Take those both. No, yeah, no, it's not your fault. I was just like distracted by talking about a bunch of different lines instead of like actually executing mine. Or Bill, so they can't attack. Safekeeper is pretty obnoxious. What is this deck? Is this still like flub lands? They just have Tamio in here too? Is that how this works? Yeah, I don't think we can kill anymore. They missed their land drop, notably. And we get to like Dust Bowl them. And their Safekeeper's not very good right now. Wait, 1, 2, 3. I only have 4 mana, so I can't ever double counters here. But I can just attempt to shoot the Reclaimer. I think this is right. Math's hard. Math is for blockers anyway. Deal. Sack your last land, protect this. Double block doesn't kill anything. I think we're super dead if they have fetch land, but that's about it. I could cast a Vine Dryad instead of my Birds of Paradise. Does that matter? Only if they have a damage spell that isn't like Lightning Bolt. I don't want to discard my land either. Because I want to be able to guaranteed trigger Bristly Bill again. Quick Reflex on tap. No, you can only cast permanents with 6. Otherwise, yeah, I might have. Oh, well, I think we're actually not dead to this. I think this is 12, right? Oh, it's 14 plus the with the halfling. So if they have any removal spell here that costs 2 mana, then we do just die. I kind of like turbo punted this game, so it is what it is. Although I'm not sure if we were winning still. Wow, if I played the Vine Dryad, we would actually be alive. No. Do we have counter lethal if we Vine Dryad them? It's just an actual 2 damage spell. Just attack all. They have 1 blocker. I don't think we can lethal them, can we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage. Or 6 mana, so we can't, like, I guess we could once into land drop here. Put a counter on this. The 2/5 power creatures that become 8 power creatures. It's still only 11, I think. I think that's wrong. I don't think we live there. But yeah, that deck really felt like it had too many creatures in it to be like actual like flubs lands combo. It seemed like a very aggressive like Moloch and stuff. I don't know. We live and learn the Vine Dryad's OP. Alright. Not the hand we're looking for because it doesn't have the 3rd mana for Nakia. It does have like the Razor Dryad Arbor, but we need the extra mana source. I'll take the Spirit Guide. It's not great because we don't have a turn 1 play, but good enough. Bottom Sylvan, I think? I don't think we need Sylvan in a game where we're going to have Nakia, but I guess if they play the turn 1 creature, we want to be able to probably just play Sylvan instead of Nakia. Want Ballista. Maybe we just don't need Baloth. Gemstone Caverns is cheating. Baloth Fog is an ombo. Wait, is Baloth global? Is it actually an ombo, or I think you win there with the lair as a 6/6 on the swingback, right? Assuming they played the same way. Did we have lair in play? Oh yeah, I didn't sack it. I sacked the city. Does lair work out better for me than doubling my counters? I did not math that, but you very well might be right. Baloth Frog is or Baloth Fog is an ombo. It's fun. Fun to learn. Alright, Nakia time. Vine Dryad, huge. It's unblockable. They have a forest. This is when they like kill Nakia and then play like a small haster, and then we get him with the Vine Dryad. Wait, 4/4/5/5/3/3. They block 6/6 Hydra. Then they take 3+4+5, right? Is that only 12? Weren't they at like 14 or something? Because we can't play the land drop because we're assuming that we played the Vine Dryad instead, which would have used up our land drop. Flubs. Isn't this card like... I guess it's an Explorer, yeah. Just gonna, like, Mind Twist themselves. I guess it doesn't matter if you have a low going a little bit. It was Glacial Chasm. Maybe they should have kept the Baloth, huh? I don't think either of these cards are bad enough to pitch just to start getting in chip damage. Like 1 chip damage. Maybe I can pitch the Constant Mists at this stage when they have an 0-5 in play and nothing. Doesn't feel like that's what this game is about. Yeah, fuck it. Fine, try ahead time. Ooh, Tech Edge. Not super good for Life from the Loam, but good to bust through a Glacial Chasm at some point. I think this is a Sylvan Library Haywire Might turn. Just want to like load up on stuff to do. Unblockable. I was 1 short. Forgot about the retrace discard. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the obvious play there is to not like fucking lose a bunch of damage in my Monarchy that turn, not activating the Dust Bowl at the right time. That would have been the good play, but like we did almost salvage it, but I think we were still dead, even if we played the Vine Dryad. It would have maybe been more proper math to see if the land mattered if they just attack for 12. If they don't have lethal, they just attack for 12 and keep the thing back. Do we have lethal then? Because then they just don't attack with the halfling, right? If I have the Vine Dryad to play, which means we like very much don't have lethal. Discard Primeval Titan at 5 mana? That's horrifying. It's not really something I enjoy seeing. What the fuck are you about to cast? Soul Mega Spawn? That's like a tiny Primeval Titan, I guess. You're now Hellbent. But you do obviously have Life from the Loam and Glacial Chasm lock potential. We have Tectonic Edge to punch through Glacial Chasm lock once. The Bale is at the bottom of our deck, but we have a number of creature tutors. We have a Ballista, which slowly pings them to death. Genuinely might need to start Nakiaing the Vine Dryad, but I guess we're just gonna like turbo Sylvan Library, try to dig for graveyard hate and stuff. It'd be sick to find Green Sun or Raccoon here or Endurance. That's fun. It's a fun flubs card because you get to like cycle basically, or not cycle. You just get to like trade draw a card. Wow, sick combo. Although if you cast the Loam, then you draw another card too. Actually. Fetch Chasm in hand. Ooh, that's a pretty good one. That's a really good one with our Tech Edge. Obviously, it's going 1-for-1 with flubs, but the fact that we can at least punch through Glacial Chasm multiple times too. Oh, Breachworks Battle. Does that do anything? Killing flubs at this stage is effectively worthless. Because they can just cast it for 5 mana very easily. We could obviously kill the Micro Spawn, just so we have like better attacks. But the Ice Till is just so nuts here. I feel like I'm just slamming Ice Till right now. Which means we're just like digging like crazy. Keep all, play Ice Till, go nuts. Killing flubs kind of time locks them. I guess it prevents them from. Wait, does it time lock them? Their hand right now is 3 lands and a mystery card. Doesn't killing flubs just like let them play out? Like, I guess they have to get the lands out of their hand. They just recast flubs, play a land. They draw to 5, recast flubs, play land down to 4, discard down to 3, play a land, discard down to 1, cast a spell. I don't think it does anything, right? They just like discard a bunch of useless lands. Whereas right now they're gonna draw to 5 and then like just not cast the flubs and still like do the same thing. I think I'm just gonna take all these just to keep digging, and then just go Forest, Ice Till, Verdant, attack for. Ugh, don't like attacking for that little, but. Maybe we'll just rip Endurance right here. Damn. Upkeep. World Tutor. That can't be good. I can't imagine this is gonna find a card that's good for me. Maybe it's just something to kill the Ice Till. Maybe I don't know how Flubs like does its thing fully. Their hand is still 1 unknown. Fetch land, Glacial Chasm. Do they just like World Tutor like another like land player, like an Ice Till perhaps? Like an Azusa, something like that goes nuts with the loam. I don't know. Genuinely no idea how like the different combo pieces execute exactly. Mole Man, yeah. Alright, is just another land player, which we can at least kill. They obviously get to go a little crazy with it right now, but we can then kill it. The Bridgeworks battle. Mole, discard a card, play land, draw a card. Play the Chasm? Sure. Definitely fine with them like blowing up their own lands and not fetching with a Tarn to like trigger Mole Man multiple times. Oh. Is that you don't want to like draw a card? You discard the Chasm, play the Tarn, draw a card? Whatever. They can still play the Chasm if they want to. How is my clock so low? Jesus. I didn't realize. Yeah, map up my turn. Yeah, I mean, playing the Chasm isn't good, but like, I don't know why they sequenced it like that. Why didn't they discard the Chasm and play the Tarn and draw a card? I'm gonna stop thinking, worrying about their plays and worry about mine. They're getting a bunch of moles. I think it might be time to start Nakia charging up this Vine Triad. I guess that's kind of the same as Nakia charging up Ballista, though. Talon Gates, huh? But I don't think that really does anything. Does Disruptor Flute do anything? Ballista kill Mole Man? That also makes sense, yeah. I don't think fluting Loam is doing a ton for me. Could flute a Boro, but I don't think that's also doing anything for me. What am I doing? Milling this Veil of Summer, I guess? Yeah, it's fine. It's more efficient to do it like this, because I gain This is 2 mana is 1 counter versus 2 mana being 2 counters. I mean, I guess I can't even take Monarchy if they really wanted to, because we have Dried Arbor we could fetch. I feel like their engine's going a lot faster than mine, and I'm not happy about it, but I don't see a huge vision on a better line. Well, there's Valakut. Unideal. I don't think I could have made Loam cost 4 instead. I don't know if that's actually good enough. Alright, I'm just gonna kill this exploration. I think they were supposed to play all the lands they could before playing the exploration, right? Because now they can only play the 2 lands, even if they had like played lands instead of picking up a Boro. Am I supposed to like Disruptor Flute this a Boro? I'm definitely gonna fight spell this Ah, fuck. Maybe we have to fight spell the Tireless Provisioner, but then they get to draw elementals and shit. All kind of bad, huh? Maze of Ith. I guess I could ping the Provisioner down and kill Anissa. I don't know how many lands they've played. I'm just gonna kill the Provisioner right now. Am I supposed to Disruptor Flute a Boro? I genuinely don't know. Amulet, right? We can kill that at least. The Outland Liberator. Attack all. Just take Monarchy for a turn, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Guess this is a downside of pinging immediately. I don't know how much the 1 card matters in the long term when they're gonna have to like discard a card anyway. And the flub stuff is really weird. I can't imagine trying to play this deck of paper. Oh god, Spring Heart Nantuko. Doesn't that just go like completely insane with Ice Steel Explorer in a way that like is frankly unreasonable to think about? And also there's an Eldritch Evolution, which also probably finds like Ouroboros or something. God, I hate this so much. I have no idea. Am I supposed to like Ouroboros, Nantuko, land drop. Is that anywhere near lethal? I don't know. Is that something? Um, that's probably lethal. Like maybe. Ah, fuck it. It's fucking cool as hell, even if it's not lethal. So let's sack Nakia because that can get blocked and Vine Dryad cannot. So we might tech edge the Maze of Ith, but maybe not. I guess the Vine Dryad attacks for less, but whatever. I'm gonna sack the. You can stack it so you get that many counters. Is that good enough? Genuinely no idea. Uh, oh, I'm at 2 life. I probably shouldn't have played the fetch land. Whoops. Oh well. Stack the bigger trigger on top. I don't think this is lethal. Play Town Gate skill blocker. Good call. Stack the big trigger on top. All right. So big trigger resolves first, yeah, because it's more counters. Oh wait, it auto stacked. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, that's like incredibly lethal, huh? All right, I maybe didn't fully think over how those numbers work out. That's just like it's just very, very lethal. All right, cool. Now we can win in 4.5 minutes. It's fine. Really didn't think about those numbers even a little bit. I'm not seasoned in Ouroboros math. That's definitely beyond me. I'm not a standard player. Ouroboros, Spring Heart Nantuko's really fucked up though. God damn. Oh, that was really funny. I got to do the Spring Heart Nantuko on a Dryad Arbor thing, and I had like 12 Dryad Arbors in play. When I'm at the not counting lethal competition by Florida's XJ, I was ready to like fucking kill, like fight the Nissa and ping the like shoot the amulet with a with the outlet liberator, and then we Sylvan Libraried into Eldritch Evo and Springer Nantuko, and it just like my brain instantly short circuited. All right, we just gotta play fast. I'm gonna try to not talk about my plays too much and just keep hands like not this one. Hand very bad, as it turns out. Hand also very bad, as it turns out. Getting like one lander into one lander. I do think this deck wants like one more land. We played 38 plus Chasm plus Maze of Ith. which like don't really qualify as lands, so I don't know why I listed them, but Jesus Christ. None of these hands are keepable. Do we keep this on 5 and hope to spike a green source rather than go to 4? My opponent is on 6. I'm gonna go to 4. Jesus, these hands are actually unplayable. I could just keep this. That was brutal. It was just like 3 completely non-functional hands. My opponent's gonna turn 1 Tameo me. Ooh, alright. We're in business. At least Tameo doesn't contest the monarchy. That card's pretty scary. Mill. Lumra. No, this is counterable. Please counter it. Do I need to kill this before they activate it? I mean, they only have 1 land currently. Maybe I just need to kill the Tameo. I'm just thinking about what I'm supposed to tail swipe here. Oh, well, tail swipe target acquired. They can land drop, make the... Well, the Tameo actually gets blocked. But they can, like, take Monarchy, but then they have to lose the Analyst. Oh, reach, let's go! That's a 2/2. Shit, I'm taking too long. I don't think I can attack with anything. Because I want the reach to block the Tameo. And, like, this thing can't attack into the 1/3 anyway. Since you like a green commander with reach, don't tell me Lumra has reach. You can't lie to me. That card doesn't have text. Don't you fucking lie to me. There's no way that a green card would have secret reach when it has like 18 other lines of text. It also has a vigilance? This is insane. Entirely unreasonable Magic card. Oh no, my Nakia. Now I have to like kill my Elvish Mystic just to get Monarchy back. Kind of completely terrible for me. Oh, this thing flipped and they didn't activate it. Hang on. Unfortunately, none of the sand just doesn't fucking do anything. Oh, it ends to flip up the Monarch. Okay, I see. Which means I could not kill the Analyst or the Tameo here. Jesus Christ. You have more pain tolerance than me. I just go next. Yeah, I don't think I can win this game. I'm gonna be super honest. Against active Tameo when I mold a 4. Pretty good mold a 4, all things considered. I don't think pretty good mold a 4 is going to be active Tameo. Summer Bloom, huh? That's probably dead, huh? I should cast the Reclaimer. I don't know what I'm doing. Flub's land drop. And then we die. Yeah, I mean, I think the Tameo flipped and protected enough to not die. It means that, like, my board of 1/1s is never ever going to win this game, so... I think we're pretty safe to just go next, but... We just can't hit this land drop. Jesus. Buy back Summer Bloom. Yeah, that adds up, huh? And it adds a green. Fucking broken. All right. I've seen enough. I'm good. We tried our best on that mold before. That was just like 3 stone unkeepables, and my opponent had like a pretty reasonable 6. And just is how it goes sometimes. A Minato, huh? Alright. Well, I've learned my lesson to stop boarding into Sirach in this matchup. Wind and Spirit game 1 was super winnable. That is also kind of fair, but is what it is. Then we lose that game 2, and then the game 3 looks entirely different. I don't know. I found that I just always slam Nakia into this. Maybe I'm wrong here. There are like 2 spells. There are like 3 spells that actually counter Nakia, right? It's Mana Tithe, Force Spike, and Wash Away. Yeah. I think in these, like, the instances versus your opponent having 1 card in hand, I'd just, like, always slam it. Was I supposed to, like, Vine Dryad last turn for beatdown purposes? I don't think so. I think my card quality was too high. I think Worldly Tutor is important, and Hex Drinker is very good, and Cub's very good. Oh yeah, it's Reanimator. I kind of always forget that no one plays the control deck anymore. We Worldly for Raccoon. We might, but I can't play it anyway, right? I can't, don't have the mana for it anyway. So I might actually just Worldly for Endurance. Having it face up kind of sucks, but sitting on the other side of the table versus a frog also kind of sucks a lot. We get to Hall Gemstone them, though, which is pretty nice. Alright, let's see what we draw to see what we want to do. Spore Frog, huh? We can't Worldly for Endurance and haul them because we missed on land. We could Spore Frog, Worldly Endurance. We miss our window to slam Hall of Gemstone while they're tapped out. But if they just have, like, you know, good reanimation target and reanimator card in hand, then we just kind of get murdered. So I think I just spew my hand here. Actually, maybe this is I play Cub Angle this turn because I can just play Cub into Hex Drinker. No, into Spore Frog Worldly Tutor for Endurance. And then I'm set up with a bunch of mana next turn, even without my land drop. Yeah, I want defenses versus reanimation spell before I haul them. That's why I wanted to, like, have 4 mana here. So I could haul Worldly Tutor Endurance on the same turn. Because then they can't have blue for counterspell and black for a reanimation spell. do hate that the endurance is just extremely advertised, but it is what it is. Come on! Why does this always fucking happen to me? This stupid fucking card. Can I beat a 5/7? Not really, right? Like, do I have to endurance this? It's so miserable. I don't think I can beat a 5/7 flyer. It'd be so real. I mean, on the upside, they did surveil this, and they could have surveilled a much, much worse card for me. I guess the summon should upside because I'm stopping it, but that is exceptionally annoying. We kind of need to hope that they don't have giant creature and reanimation spell in hand, and hope that Hall Gemstone and Hex Drinker can carry me. I also just like can't really beat the Psychic Frog. I think I'm gonna sack Spore Frog. Oh, okay, deal. Bridgeworks battle is fascinating. I think I just want to start. I think I keep the Bridgeworks battle in hand, and B start buffing the Hex Drinker here. I feel like I'm just gonna die, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Which means if I shock, I could get him to 8 mana and 8 next turn. Okay, maybe I do have to bolt here then. It's so unlikely to live, but the Bridgeworks battle I don't think is going to do enough because it's on near impossible to kill a frog anyway. 6 is exactly enough. I'd love to have 3 mana for Hex Drinker here, but they're probably just going to name black and then make a Grizzlebrand or whatever and murder me. Do I get to see what color they named? Do I not get to know that? Is that not known information? Or they're making black. Okay, yeah, we're done. Stupid Metamorphosis fanatic. Magister of Worth. Wrath me. Seems pretty unbeatable. Tainted Pact. Okay. In the beginning of combat, you got it. Don't really know what's happening exactly. I mean, if I get to untap, I get no Magister Wrath's everything. I don't get to keep it unless it's not Cataclysm. So making Progenitus doesn't really do anything. Still not attacking with Spore Frog, or still not attacking with Psychic Frog into Spore Frog, sure. What did they take? They Tainted Pacted into Demonic Tutor, so we have a turn to top deck a Graveyard Hate card, I guess. Feels unlikely, but... It's not nothing. I kind of hate Scavenger Grounds. There's also the tapped one, like the Bargain Bin Bojuka Bog that you could play, but I don't know if those make the cut. I can only make this 7, so I guess I could actually do this. Oops. Extra mana over. Play Abstergo Entertainment. I guess all this does is gain them 4 life, huh? They just always block. And it gives the Magister lifelink. Yeah, this was stupid. Oops. Oh, well. I think Abstergo sucks more than both of those options. Is Abstergo 3 or 4 mana to activate? I've given them a Magister with lifelink now, but I don't think that matters. I think I'm just gonna die. Demonic Tutor for a reanimation spell. Got Sylvan plus Hall of Gemstone. Not over yet. What's the reanimate land? Or is that just Abstergo? I don't think Abstergo like hits anything in my deck. I can't imagine I have that many legends or artifacts to buy back. I think it would be kind of bad Scavenger Grounds. I guess it's also a filter land. I think all these options are worse than just the tap land. If I were to play any, just because those ones are much worse with Reclaimer, and they're way more expensive with crop rotation. The desert? No, Scavenger Grounds. Yeah, that's the one we were talking about. Well, no. Oh, no, the anime line. I do play that one. But that's not part of the conversation here, right? Yeah, Pit of Offering. Exhume. Hey, I get to Endurance them. Maybe they'll bring back Metamorphosis Fanatic. Damn. I guess I should shuffle. I should put their graveyard away. They do get a bunch of good cards, but... Oh, and reanimate the Endurance. Okay, but yeah, like, not this game specifically. I didn't have nearly the time to do that. I don't want to fetch, because I want to be able to make the Sylvan Library more useful. 6. If I draw, like, land, that would be kind of sick. I can't remember. Yeah, we are on Amazabeth. I think I'm just going to take these all and Utopia Sprawl 6. Cast Spore Frog. white mana. Killing my Hall of Gemstone. Yup. I wonder how much a near mid foil Prophecy Spore Frog is. I think they might just Aminito Flicker Magister, and I can never, ever win. But maybe we'll Sylvan into Mazavith, and then I don't really know what step 2 is there. Oh, cool, they didn't do that. Well, I mean, that's not very cool, because I'm probably gonna fucking die, too, but... do I have to keep recasting Spore Frog? Probably. I want to draw the Surrock later. Problem is, I think they're just going to kill my Spore Frog with their remaining mana sources. Yaoguai. Oh yeah, we can Yaoguai to get back all. It's true. These are true statements. Discard Spellseeker Command Tower. Cool. Spore Frog in. I guess the problem is that I am just gonna get Wrathed again, right? Like, you can't just Aminito me at any moment. Oh, and that's why we want the Hall back, yeah. Maybe their last card is Kill Spell on 6. Huge. Our top card is Bristly Bill. Don't have nearly the mana necessary to like play Nakia, play Bill, play a land drop, make Nakia 4/4 to block Magister. Maybe I gotta give them Monarchy for a turn and set that all up. They have no cards in hand, so maybe I just spend this turn playing out. I guess let's see what's on the top of my deck. Ooh, Grazer, you say? We can. Oh, 2 flyers, you say, actually. Holy shit. We can't draw all of these at once, obviously. I guess we just, like, play Goose. I think Surrock's going to be better than Reclaimer. Maybe we want Reclaimer to start getting towards Mazavith. But Surrock also just kills them. Although this is also dangerous into Orcish Bowmasters or whatever, but I don't know. My Goose! Well, not the end of the world, like I said. We take 4, which is kind of a big deal, but we have the ability to, like, bounce Monarchy around a tiny bit, and we have the ability to gain 2 life if we need to, if we're worried about dying. Oh, shit. That's a good one. Two, three. Oh, sure. Are you dead? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, thanks for the raid. Busy trying to figure out how to lethal my opponent here, but I'll say hi to everyone coming in a second. Oh, this deck hurts my brain. Do we have any semblance of lethals here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Keep woodland, play woodland, trigger, play grazer, comes attempt. Counter here. Double everything is block 4, take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think this is lethal, but I'm not 100%. Phase out and win? No, wrong land. This is why it's a type quarry. This got to be lethal, right? Nice. Whew. Did not think we were going to win that game. I think it was lethal without the extra land drop, right? Because the grazer provided extra damage, or extra 2 damage, right? Because it made a 1/1 counter and then doubled that 1/1 counter. So I think that would have been exact lethal, but Hall, real good card against these 3-color decks. Anyway, thank you again for the raid, Harain. My name is XJ Cloud, for those of you that don't know me. I am mostly a dual commander player these days, but that's because Legacy tends to hate me. I was planning on getting back into Legacy as Eternal Weekend got closer, and then they printed Car, and I'm like, well, maybe we will just play off Legacy a little bit longer. But we are playing some Duel Commander. Anyway. So we talked about like the sideboard swap to Sorok on the draw, but how scary that is versus Bowmaster. Now that's been pointed out to me, I think that's just not allowed if your opponent is black in their deck, because it's just your like the black decks will always have Orcish Bowmaster. There's a world where you could board into like oh no, they're also not control, they're Reanimator. Never mind. Yeah, we just fully sent this. Hall MVP and Hero's going to cut it because it nombos with fogs. I mean, you can always cast it in upkeep, but yeah, obviously your hand is forced a little faster. The only nombos with specifically constant mists, right? The other fog is free and the other fog is a creature. We'll keep this. This would be a much better hand if I could crop rotate for a graveyard hate card. Am I supposed to keep these hands with no graveyard hate? Just hands that enable my game plan relatively well? I don't know how much. I don't think you can really afford to like mulligan towards specifically endurance slash raccoon. Hey, Caleb, thanks for the raid. Much appreciated. Welcome, welcome. More raiders coming in. I am XJ Cloud. We're playing some Duel Commander tonight. Playing some new Marvel cards. Nakia, Wakandan, Operative. They are a Reanimator deck, but they do have a decent chunk of counter spells. Do I care about that, or do I just jam Nakia into this? I think I'm just gonna jam Nakia. 6 isn't very exciting to cast here. They might just be, you know, they might just have like Faithful Mending or removal spells or nothing. Nice. Like they brainstormed game 1 when I was like salting about the miracle card. I think they brainstormed that. Am I insane? Am I misremembering that? I might be. Well, they played Frog on turn 2 and then Miracle on turn 3. I think they went tap land into Frog into Miracle. I don't think they did brainstorm. Maybe not. You got a 3-1. So I'm going to play 6 here and then hold up Crop Rotation for Maze if they have removal spell. I could Crop Rotation Sorcery Speed and play around some sort of counter magic. But I don't think I'm willing to do that. Oh, we now also have the ability to Dryad Arbor Eldritch Evolution for Baloth if we want haste, if they have the removal spell plan. Minato, sure. What do I want to do here? So we could Eldritch Evolution into a 3-drop now. We could just Dryad Arbor for, and then Eldritch Evolution for Raccoon. Makes us pretty, like, relatively safe, at least, against a reanimation spell, but they still have 4 cards in hand. We could also Hex Drinker Eldritch Evolution into a 3. I don't know if any 3s really matter here. Could go get Baloth to try to attack down the Minato. I think I'm just going to make a Raccoon. I mean, I'm attacking. I think I'd have to attack. I could Tech Edge them, yeah, but I mean, I could like work towards Tech Edge plus Ice Hill potentially, but it's not keeping them on 4 mana is not exactly the most exciting plan. I'll take a bossing say. Wait, oh, okay, sure, whatever. I guess one problem with this plan is that they have a pretty clean attack on me. They could take Monarchy, and if they like take Monarchy plus Wrath, it's kind of over. I don't think they have that many Wraths. I guess we also do self-crop rotation for Mesavith. Keen-Eyed Curator, because I never remember the name of this card. Just keep calling it Raccoon. Fatal Push Curator, rough. Draw a card. I think I'm going to crop rotation now, because the writing is on the wall that I'm going to need to crop rotation. And I'm going to move to discard here if I don't. And there's nothing in their graveyard that I wanted to exile. We do have Force of Air, which is nice against Animate Dead at least, but that's like a pretty narrow range of their reanimation spells. But I guess they could also have different overlords to blink with the Immunido on board. This Force definitely isn't worthless. What am I doing next turn? Hex Drinker versus 3 cards in hand. Could Tech Edge them. Oh, we could just recast Keen-Eyed Curator, actually. That seems pretty good. Yeah. I did just thank Moto for highlighting the cards in my graveyard, because I constantly forget about the retrace on 6 without like specifically like a combo reason to do so, like if I'm doing Spore Frog stuff. Maybe I was even supposed to. No. I could have played Yavimaya there instead, but I think I still want the Maze active. I don't know if I want to like tap out for that. I could have like cast Formidable Speaker for Endurance, like double insurance. Maybe that was wiser. Grab this Wooded Foothills in case I find some landfall stuff. Maybe I do want to just Tech Edge them here. Just keep them off of mana. I think it's better than doing anything else. Speaker for Ice Till and Tech Edge now. Yeah, I kind of. Oh no, I can't. I played no mind. I'll play. Maybe we actually play this Arboreal Grazer, huh? Is it better than playing Hex Drinker? Just like ramp me. I guess technically I can do both. Maybe I'm not supposed to be playing this hard into a Wrath, but I also just have the Monarchy, so. What's this? Oh, 7 mana. Blink a land, sure. Cast. Agent of Treachery. Sure. It's definitely not the highest on the list of cards that were gonna murder me. If they take the 6, which is my best card, then they get a tapped card, and I can kill the Minato. Well, then they can recast it like the agent. Exiling one of the creatures doesn't really do a lot. Running down my clock here. What's my best way to actually not die horribly this game? Formidable speaker for something. So let's start with that, I guess. Oh, I guess maybe it was supposed to just be like old text drinker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I couldn't, right? Sylvan Safekeeper's not bad to prevent my stuff from getting stolen now. That might not be the worst plan. And I just like don't have any good attacks or lines or plays here though, which sucks. I just don't think I have a very good play here. I mean, I guess Baloth sent all in a Minato, but then they just let a Minato die in the recast, and then they Agent of Treachery kill me. Playland 2-2 Ballista doesn't beat Agent of Treachery. Should stop wasting time on this game, because we have a game 3 to play if I lose. Let's grab Safekeeper. Kitty, not the time. Yeah, I'd like to have my Hex Trigger protection from instance, but I also kind of need this maze to block a potential 7/7 Keen-Eyed Curator. Can it be 7/7 actually? I think we're missing sorceries. I think it's actually only land instant creature in yard. I guess they're just gonna start taking my lands, then I can sack them too. This is obviously like a Stone Rain every turn. Oh, I see. Can't really sack that one profitably. Could also just, let the attack happen. Animated on Scrap Trawler? Do I care about this? I don't really think I do. I guess they exile. My graveyard doesn't do anything. I guess they're just making blockers? I don't know. I think I just let this happen. I have nothing in the graveyard to cast. It's like a halfling. And I don't have any lands to cast them currently. Sure. Gives me an excuse to make a big Yao Guai. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a big Hex Drinker is my current plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Oh, and now they're in response trying to make a big Keen-Eyed Curator. But again, I think we literally only have instant land creature in total. So they can't even make a big Keen-Eyed Curator yet. I do really want to haul a gemstone them this turn though, huh? That's something I do kind of desperately want to do, but making a tiny progenitus is pretty broken. I think I am going to play this. The Minotaur has to either die or plus this turn. So I think I'm fine just kind of leaving it. Oh, I should have untapped my land with Formidable Speaker. One more counter. Whoops. I guess I could... I know I can only make it 7 here with Spirit Guide. Wait, can I play land actually? Oh shoot, I missed 6 damage. I actually had enough. Oh well, I'm still down to make Progenitus. Minus 6 damage. I'm sure that's fine. Could have also cleared the Amido. Things aren't the best. Hey, Zetetic6, thanks for the follow. Yeah, we really kind of want to win this game. Otherwise, we're not going to have a lot of time to win a game 3. But they are under a Hall of Gemstone and a protection from everything Hex Drinker. If they go for like a put a card in the graveyard, blink the animate out of the Minato, we have the Force of Vigor to blow that out. If they blink the Agent of Treachery, they just make me sack a land. What am I doing next turn? I need to keep a green card in hand, so I'll probably just like cast a big yellow and blow up the Anime Dead. Oh no, I really don't even want to put the enchantment in the yard if I can't afford not to, because then I don't have to deal with the 7/7 Keen-Eyed Curator. Sure. Oh, they could eat the Anime Dead, but then they're attacking into my Hex Drinker. They could have also just left the Aminato in the yard, although then they would have to leave the Aminato under the Keen-Eyed Curator. But this thing doesn't even attack well. It, like, kills my 6. Which isn't that important at this stage of the game versus a Keen-Eyed Curator. And I guess it, like, helps me hit land drops, but I don't really think that matters terribly. I think I'm supposed to Tech Edge them just to keep them off of, like, hardcast bigger creatures next turn. Yeah, I just can't attack. Wait, I have an idea. This may be stupid, or maybe genius. Which is just start Tech Edging them multiple times. Oh no, that's stupid because they have a Keen-Eyed Curator, but they missed it, so it's fine. Springheart and Tuco, huh? I don't have enough time on my clock to Springheart and Tuco here. I guess Springheart, Nantuko on Formidable Speaker, play a land, go get Ouroboros is probably just very good. Helps kill with the Hex Drinker faster. And, if I could Nantuko the Hex Drinker, I would, but unfortunately protection from everything does include my things. I'm just going to double block this Key Knight Curator. With 6 and Grazer. Oh, attacks like this. I guess they can always get Monarchy with attacks like this. But I don't care that much. Oh, not. They don't get Monarchy with attacks like that, that's for sure. Because they have. Scythe Kite Club doesn't do anything for me. Well, I mean, it like makes things bigger, but I don't think I have enough mana to do that and Ouroboros. Where's my Ouroboros? Fuck. I do technically have 1 more mana here, but I don't think 1 more mana does anything, so. Because I get Formidable Speaker on tap or whatever. This accelerates my clock by a turn, so I kind of just want to slam it. I'm actually going to attack with the Formidable Speaker 2 here, because it puts them to 2, so if they Wrath me, Bossing stays lethal. Or they can block, obviously. Oh, well, kind of nice to have 1 more mana, but I don't think Veil of Summers is going to do anything anyway, so it's fine. I think I'm just going to double block this again, just in case. I don't want anything funky to happen. If they're just Wrath, if they're on Wrath or Bust, I don't want to give them an extra card. Their Aurora just puts the counter on the Hex Drinker, so it's an accelerated clock. And even if they Wrath again, they're dead to Bossing Say. Witch Enchanter, my Hall of Gemstone, that doesn't do anything. A little too late for that one. Oh, and we just have Ballista just in case. Deal. Yeah. Shallow Grave, the Agent of Treachery? Sure. That doesn't do anything. Nice. Real solid game there. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast. Put up the deck list here. Some real good games so far. This deck is really looking good. Ugh. Yeah, some long games. Like I said, when whenever I'm playing online, I need to get better about. I think talking through my plays less and playing a little bit faster is important, especially in a format like Duel Commander. Like when I'm just like grinding leagues off stream or whatever, I'm playing leagues for fun. I feel like I don't run down the clock nearly as much. But when I'm like sitting and like contemplating line, I like to say things to chat, see what their takes on like lines are and stuff. I need to be more about like taking an action, and then if chat's like, "Oh, you should have done this," then like maybe we like talk about the lines I could have chosen down the road. All right, Tiamat combo, huh? Now this is going to be a tough one. I don't know if I'm allowed to just keep. I guess we have Green Sun for this. So this is a Dream Halls deck. Dream Halls slash there's like a dragon omniscience, dragon specific omniscience card that you can also play. Um, and they cheat those. They usually just get those into play, and then Tiamat like draws you specifically 5 dragons, which will kill your opponent when you cast them all for free. So in that case, we do have the ability Green Sun Zenith for our naturalized guy that I never remember the name of. So I think I am going to keep this. We just have turn 1 Wild Growth, turn 2 Nakia, turn 3 Green Sun for the thing. I mean, they could obviously have removal, they could have a fast combo hand, but I don't really think there's a lot. Well, depending on what the removal is, we can also 6 it back later, which is nice. Do they tend to be a control deck or just all in combo? They'll have some removal, like some counters, but they're like pretty solidly combo. But not to the point of like running like rituals to cast the Dream Halls faster. They are just going to be like running cheap, efficient interaction and just getting to that stage of like Rector or Flash or just cast Dream Halls or a couple of ways to like cheap things in. Cutter, sick. We get a 2/2. I mean, it's good if they do end up having like a weird flash creature or something here. I'm probably gonna cast it. Cutter rebates itself on the third attack step, and like this, we're definitely gonna have to attack more than 3 times to win this game. So Cutter, yeah, I guess the wrong Cutter, Sky Shroud Cutter. A little bit worse than the Cutter that other people know and love or hate. Opponent reading the card. Next turn, we'll have 4 mana. We'll have the ability to Green Sun for the stupid card that I never remember the name of, the werewolf guy that naturalizes. Outland Liberator. Also, for what it's worth, I've been tracking and I've flipped Outland Liberator exactly 0 times. So maybe all the people that were playing that one Outland Liberator that has a mode that proliferates. Ooh, Berserker Flint's pretty big. Maybe they're onto something. Because I've flipped my Outland Liberator exactly 0 times so far. And also the day-night mechanic is just god-awful, so maybe I'm just not supposed to play it. Flute's a really good draw. Canker Bloom, yeah, that's the one. I see Canker Bloom in a lot of green lists, and I don't really see Outland Liberator, and I wanted to play Outland Liberator because I thought it was like the better creature kind of by itself, and I don't have a lot of proliferate synergies, but we do have, like, you know, not 0. Oh, sick. We can just name the whatever they solve the equation for. Maybe we name the thing that they enlightened her for. Cutter combos with False Cure, yes. I think this is just Nantuko, bestow onto Cutter, and then play land, and then on don't copy Cutter, obviously, just like make 1/1s, just because I have an extra 3 mana this turn. I have an extra 2 mana this turn only. And Shepherd isn't going to protect the Flute from getting countered because Shepherd only stops green spells, so the following turn I can maybe Shepherd into like Green Sun for 2 if I'm worried about a counter spell. Like, I don't know if I need to hold up Flute here, because I don't know if they can. I don't think they can just E-tutor for something that immediately kills me this turn, but I'm a little scared. I'm not familiar enough with their deck to know for a fact that like this E-tutor means they're going to combo next turn. And like maybe I'm playing too scared. I'm going to waste 2 mana here. I mean, I don't know if I want to play Flute. Like, if they just pass the turn and continue holding up this Enlightened Tutor, I think I want to Flute the card that they Enlightened Tutor for. Okay, well, this works out for me. I don't know what they E-tutor for here. Oh, they're just going to get Draco Genesis, which means I don't want to Flute this because they're going to put it into play with, like, Show and Tell or something instead. Because obviously I'm not going to name the 8 mana spell. Yeah. I mean, I'll name Tiamat, yeah. But if they Enlighten Tutored for, like, Dream Halls, I think I'd rather name Dream Halls or something. I'm going to let them do whatever they do here. And now do I cast this and risk it getting, like... They don't have days in this deck, right? There's no shot they have days. I want to cast this named Tiamat and just get like a free 6. What if they have Disrupting Shoal? Well, then they wanted it more. Tiamat. Then I have green sun for 2. Yeah, I have the ability to do all this, so I just get a free 6 here. They might have one of the other dragons in their hand that they could cast for free. Or they don't. Deal. There's no way we gotta kill them here, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's like not even close. 11, 12. A little bit close, but not really. Just double check my math here. Green sun for 2. Yes. So I can Shepherd. Green sun for 2. Shoot the Dracogenesis. Grab my card that I forgot the name of again. Does Ouroboros win? Oh, fuck. Maybe. Probably. Let's see if I... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see if I was off by 5 damage. Ooh, Talon Gates? Sure. I don't think so, then. I could have crop rotation for City, too, to have 1 extra mana, but then that's still only... I think they'd be at 1, right? We're gonna, like, die to Dream Halls here. That'd be really unfortunate. I don't think we can die to Dream Halls. We might be able to, like, crop rotation Glacial Chasm. I don't know exactly how, though. Okay, Stalko, sure. Is Cradle legal? No. Most fast mana is not legal. I was 1 off, or I missed it. Or I had lethal. Yeah, they're dead. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have exactly 5 mana. Tail swipe. Oh, tail swipe on the Ouroboros. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So crop rotate, forest into City of Traders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, leave Vampa green. Grab Ouroboros. Tail swipe. Can't be cast, I don't think. I think this card needs a target, right? Choose target creature you control and target creature. It doesn't say up to 1 target creature you don't control. I don't think I'm allowed to cast this. Fight on creature? No. Target creature you don't control. Oh, wait, the Nakia. Wait, no. We're 1 mana off of activating the Nakia, too. Is there a land I could have crop rotated for? I don't think so. I think we were 1 off there with an Ouroboros, but it is something that I should get into the memory banks of, like, figuring out if I have Ouroboros lethal real quick before I, like, start taking my other game actions. Crop rotation, bossing say is nothing because it's like 1,000,000 mana. The Pendelhaven pump would have done 1 extra damage, and we put them to 7, and we attack with 5 creatures. So the Ouroboros would have been +5, which puts them to 2, and the Pendelhaven puts them to 1. And I don't think there's a way to get that last point of damage anywhere. Yeah, I'm not seeing any visions. This hand does not. Turn 2 or turn 2 Nakia. It does have Archer Charm, which is pretty decent interaction to Tiamat, but if they cast a free Tiamat and I don't have like a good board, I'm just gonna die to the 7/7. So I think this is a pretty easy mull, especially given that the Dryad Arbor is already kind of a mull to 6. Thorn's very good, and a bunch of mana. Well, I guess kind of only one real Manador. These ones are less good on a mulligan, but it's very good. I'm gonna bottom the Skyshard Ranger as well. Hard to complain about this hand, though. How does it feel to have a commander that dodges Spell Snare and starts scolding? It feels so good. You have no fucking idea. When your opponent has 1 mana up and you're not like, I'm just gonna get countered by like 12 different spells. It's like exactly Force Spike and Wash Away. These are the only cards you could have. It feels incredible. Not just getting spell snared and stern scolding every time. It's just, yeah, subtlety is fine. Subtlety, often you'll just put it on top of your deck, and they're like down 2 cards, and you'll just draw it and cast it on 3 again next turn. Bird. Is it a chance I want to green sun for Dryad Arbor next turn? I think it depends a little bit on if I draw mana source. How do you make MTG commanders on top of the deck? By the way, if you right click on them, you can see the defaults. Only when you have ability to cast them, though. I'll show you on my turn. Yeah, when you have the ability when you have priority, you can right click on them and choose where if they're going to go to your hand or the command zone, and if they're going to go into your library or the command zone. It's a little bit unintuitive until you look at it more. How do you feel about another tutor? Court has been solid for me. I feel like I never have like enough mana and like stuff and creatures in play, and like I'm not just like turning my shit sideways. I think I'd almost want the one with flashback or whatever more than that. I think I'm just gonna slam Thorn of Amethyst here. Yeah, especially the 3rd land. Okay. So... Oh dear, we worldly tutoring for a Rector. We can at least green sun for Raccoon if that happens, yeah. Nature Rhythm, yeah. So if you right click here, it shows you the default. So it's currently going to the hand, not the command zone, and will currently go to the command zone instead of the library. And if you click on these, it will flip it to the other way. We can't green sun for 2 yet, so we'll probably play Nakia into... Oh, that's kind of slow, though. It's a little hard for them to sack the Rector. That was specifically one card that I'm not going to name because I'm not going to summon it to the top of their deck or put it in their hand for them. Yeah, well, I mean, if we play Nakia, and then next turn we have 4 mana, right? And 4 mana, green sun X equals 2s, and doesn't have the mana to activate it. But, like, there's no way I'm allowed to play fucking Sakura Tribe Scout and, like, hope to rip a land. We just have to slam Nakia here, I think. We need a lot of things going for us. We might even be able to, like, try to put them under Dust Bowl or something. Six does not do anything. They mill the land, which is not good for me or my Dust Bowl prospects, certainly. They just play Rector here. We're 1 turn too slow on being able to exile it from their yard. But yeah, on the topic of tutors, they're just like they feel a little bit too expensive to me. I feel like I'm tapping out a lot and like turning all my creatures sideways a lot in ways that like I'm not the most interested in Cord. I ended up cutting Survival of the Fittest just because it was so expensive at tutoring my creatures and like not impacting the board at all. I feel like I'm just gonna die, but I don't I don't think I have any plays here. Uh they only have 2 cards in hand. So I think the play is Green Sun for Raccoon and hope for the best. Like, Hall of Gemstoning them doesn't feel like it does anything either, right? If they have a removal spell for their own Rector, it probably only costs 1 color of mana. And the Hall of Gemstone takes up my whole turn. I guess I get 2 draw steps towards a land for the Raccoon. So maybe Hall of Gemstones is just a little bit better. They can prevent, like, stock up or, like, cantrip into thing. And then we get 2 draw steps towards, like, the 5th land for Green Sun for 2. Plus, be able to eat the Rector. Yeah, I've talked myself into it. Survival's 3 mana before it does anything, so not really into it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I like that it can find both halves of like, different combos that you have. Like, if you want to go Tutor 6 and Spore Frog and stuff. They can attack me and take Monarchy is really funny, but then, obviously, I can attack them back. That's not a land. That's not great to draw. I guess if they have, like, removal spell on mine. If they have removal spell, they're removing Rector and fucking killing me. So. Yeah. Land, 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 fuck. Perhaps a little bit punished. I mean, they didn't have anything yet, so there's still hope. I mean, I don't have any other plays, so I have no ones that are gonna do anything. Yeah, nothing. Where's my curator? If you attack, you can search Haywire Might. I guess that is no. I mean, I can't green sun for Haywire Might because it's an artifact and not green. Well, only because it's not green, but yeah, you get it. Oh no, casting a spell. All you have is green mana. What do you have? They're realizing that Hall of Gemstone works that way on my turn, and they had an instant and then fucked it up. Deal. We take those. Kind of jammed up by the thorn sometimes. It's like, I mean, you like live by the thorn, die by the thorn. I think thorn is very good in the combo matchups and kind of worth this awkward tension sometimes. We also had the decision point, like we could have potentially got the curator last turn. Instead of the hall. I mean, I made the conscious decision to try to rip a land in 2 cards. Surveil Police Mill. Mill Thoughtseize, cool, we're not dead. I think I'm holding up Legolas's quick reflexes and probably just slamming like 1-drop, 1-drop. I mean, do you just like send it here? Not allowed to block. Yeah. Kind of makes sense. Try to rip like a cut down or something. Am I supposed to kill the Rector for them? I think I am, because I don't want to, like, have this awkward, like, them taking Monarchy with Academy Rector game. I think I just quick reflexes to kill the Rector. Oh no, they chose white. They're gonna kill my Keenan Curator. No! Well, then why attack? That's rough. Green. Well, I'm just gonna spew my hand then. I want a bunch of mana so I can cast my shit, but I also kind of want Surrock. There's like Elvish Mystic plus Surrock here. Do I play 6? Pull them off Hardcast Tiamat. Gemstones keeps them off Hardcast Tiamat. We're good. Ones do block Rector without killing it and prevent them from taking Monarchy again. But if I go like Guy, I have to play like Tribe Scout, which doesn't let me kill them very fast. But then I do just have a bunch of mana next turn. But I don't really have anything to do with that mana yet. I'm gonna just play 6. I could also just like play Dork 6, get 6 online to start attacking and try to find like Endurance or something to Graveyard Hate again. Hexproofing their creature doesn't do anything because it would gain protection from me targeting it with other things. Weirdly, this can target your opponent's creatures, though. Did not actually know that. I could also just try to fucking kill them. They're dead very fast if they play Surrock, attack for 7. I think I'm going to play Surrock. And if they attack, I'm going to block with Elvish Mystic. And I think by the time 6 digs up something relevant, they're going to just stop attacking. And I can't attack with 6 anyway. Is that how Hexproof worked? Yes. Their creature would get Hexproof, which means it has protection from my things. It's the same as if they controlled a Glade Cover Scout, right? It's not Vines of Vastwood, which is specifically does not give Hexproof. It gives, like, creature cannot be targeted by what I forget the exact text of Vines of Vastwood, but you know what I mean. Ponder, this will surely shuffle. Surely they wouldn't find the card that they needed to kill me off of this Ponder. No shuffle. That's a bad sign. The fuck is this? Oh, that's Oh, I think we're like actually. No, not just this turn. Because even if they get like cut down, we have a turn to draw. Yeah, like a road. We have a turn to top deck. A naturalize effect, but not a lot that we can draw here. Might just be combo fodder. I mean, Once Upon a Time does not do it because it costs 3 mana. But I know it can hit Might. So I guess I just attack first. Force them to do it, and then see what I hit. I don't think there's any reason not to. I guess I could find Endurance, too, yeah, if they, like, don't respond. That's none of those. There goes a Disruptor Flute, which would not have really helped. Yeah, then we just lose. Dang. Close game. We'll let everyone see the fireworks go off, I suppose. Oh, wait! Nah, It doesn't matter. They can erode on their own and keep that. But I gave them the ability to not have to erode. They can erode on their own main phase even. But I guess I could now I'm not being I don't have the ability to top deck endurance off the top of my own deck right now off of Monarchy. But they might not block out of fear of like Haywire Might or something. No, okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I was kind of just thinking that they could cast the erode right now, but I forgot about the Hall of Gemstone. But yeah, I shouldn't have attacked. I should have given myself one more draw step towards endurance because we're like super deterministically dead. If my top card is endurance, I'll feel real silly. No, okay, cool. Let's let the fireworks go off. Let the chat see how Tiamat exactly kills. It's like there's a dragon that like whenever a creature ETBs, you deal more damage. Like you deal damage, and then they have like Storm Scale Scion, just deal like a billion. I wonder if there's a better way I could have played that match. I think if I could go back and do it again, I think I would still sequence it the same way. This is a new one. I guess that makes sense. It just adds to adds to storm count. Oh, they're just killing me the super fast way. They're not even doing anything fun. They're just Terror of the Peaks and then shooting me with four storm scales or whatever. And then they can cast Moraine Raver Regent and pick up the storm scale again and cast it again. They can deal like a fuck ton of damage. And then they can also Transcendent Dragon the Stormscale Scion and get all the copies and then cast the original again and again. They can deal probably like hundreds of damage or something. We had a lot. Maybe not a lot, but we had a decent chunk of outs there still too. I shouldn't have tapped. I shouldn't have cast all my spells. No, I only had 3 mana. We couldn't have drawn Archer's turn. We could have still drawn like Force of Vigor that turn though, even. Oh well, it is what it is. We have Endurance. That's not really good enough because they're not always just only in on the Rector plan. If we had like Endurance plus 1 mana card, obviously it'd be great. But I think I'm rather, especially on the play, mulligan for turn 1 mana dork. I think I have to mulligan this one too. I don't think I want to die after missing a land drop. All right, this is a hand. Just keep Tribe Scout, land. Because I kind of want the Besagio as my interaction piece, so I just want like Tribe Scout to turn to Nakia. I could keep Crop Rotation instead of the Talon Gates. So if Sakura Tribe Scout, well then the Sakura Tribe Scout doesn't do anything. It's just keeping Crop Rotation to City Traders have Nakia. I could. Yeah, Besagio is good. I think I do just want land, Tribe Scout. I guess if I keep crop rotation instead of land, they're super weak to crop rot. Oh, in terms of like, oh, I don't think I could win after I glacial chasm them, right? And they can also counter the crop rot with the dragon or whatever. They can just wrath my board and have a bunch of giant things. Crop rotation is good insurance if I draw a land or the Scrap Scout dies, but if the Trap Scout lives and I don't draw a land, then I have to either burn the Boseiju or just burn the crop rotation for whatever it is anyway. Thank you for redeeming ask a stupid question before you asked your stupid question, Harain. I appreciate it. We don't have quite enough spells to beat Beep here, unfortunately. They also like might have another dragon that could solve the glacial chasm problem in some fashion. Probably not, but they could always pick up Tiamat with the Meringue River Regent and recast it and find God knows what. And it would take, you would need a lot. You need like to build quite the board to beat the board. Like you also get wrathed if you try to glacial chasm them. So like to kill them through their giant board with a glacial chasm seems tough. I mean, I guess I phase this out. Play around Miracle Terminus, you know. Surveilling, all right. Unfortunately, can't really like aggro them down super well because we need to hold up the Seiju for like the entire game. Uh-oh. Oh, we're really firing off all the stupid questions tonight. When is Elective the Ninth coming out? I couldn't tell you. This is nice because if they demonic tutor for like show and tell here, or they'll have the show and tell combo, we can put in a trigger and they can't even cast the Tiamat. I think I'm just gonna attack for the extra damage here and just play my Dryad Arbor out. And not like ramp and put in foothills when it's not doing anything. Oh, sick. The 3-1 damage. I could not tell you when Elective the Ninth was coming out. For better or for worse. It does seem like it's kind of trapped in purgatory forever. Solve the equation. Alright, so they've demonic tutored. They've solved the equation. They have flash. They're gonna flash Rector me. Which means they get to cast the Tiamat. Which is unideal, but you know. Not the end of the world still. They do have a forest, notably, for the Divine Triad beatdown plan. I'm just trying to think of like how to maximize damage here. I can't bossing say onto Dryad Arbor. Because I need 1 mana left to the Seiju. Yes, this is fine. Ballista's good. Ponder, sure. At 10, find Dryad, Nakia onto it, attack all, deals them 4. They get close. They unfortunately do like still have a full hand that can interact with the stuff that I'm doing with their 7/7 in play. Maybe I don't even attack with the 2/1/1s. I just like pitch, cast, find Dryad here off of Sky Shroud Ranger, and like pump it, attack them for 3. Brainstorm, sure. You demonic tutored, and then you solved the equation for Flash. You're not just so they're trying to find like some sort of protection, I guess. Some like a Thoughtseize effect. Yeah, maybe they're digging for like Thoughtseize. But then they're just gonna end up going for it. 9. If we could like get our own Talon Gates killed, we could like bossing say it and kill it and phase out the Tiamat. Flash, you got it, boss. Problem is, I don't know if I can contend with everything else that happens here. Getting untapped lands to surveil. That's also not good. If we just like bossing say the Talon Gates, if we draw a land, we could then attack for 5 damage with them to 4. So none of these do anything by themselves, right? This is a counterspell, notably. This is castable actually, and could bounce 2 non-lands. Stormscale Scion obvious. Terror the Peaks doesn't do anything immediately, and then Transcendent Dragon's a counterspell. Damn it, I think this is a Vine Dryad angle. Go get it, buddy. Opponent reading Vine Dryad. What am I trying to draw? I guess crop rotation would be pretty good, right? 4, 5, 6. I think I do want to fetch. Maybe not. We could have drawn one of our landfall guys. But that's my first shuffle. To shuffle the crop rot back into my deck. Moving to discard, deal. Discard Terror of the Peaks, Stormscale Scion. Orms chant me, but not kicking. Sure. Wasn't really planning on casting very many spells this turn. Well, go a little late to the party there, Endurance, but okay. So I'm likely going to be getting Meringue River Regented next turn. What does that mean for my plan of winning this game? I think it just means put counters on Vine Dryad, attack. If they block Dryad Arbor, then they bounce my 2 remaining creatures. Although no, because I want to be able to cast the Endurance too. For more things, which means I think I just attack with Vine Dryad. Yeah, I don't think attacking with the other 2 is worth losing the Dryad Arbor for 1 damage. That's bad. Although I don't think they're really allowed to attack me unless they're gonna Wrath anyway, but, you know. Maybe they, you know, Fury me or some bullshit. I do have to be wary that they have a counterspell for mana value 2 or less. Which, that hits Ballista all the time, right? Wait, no. On the stack... Fuck, why should I should know this? This happens constantly. In play, it's 0. On the stack, I think it would be 4 if I casted X plus 2, right? Yeah, if I X plus 2, they can't hit it. Important for my last pings of burst damage here. I imagine they're just gonna... If they're casting River Region, they're just gonna bounce Nakia Vine Dryad? Yeah. Am I supposed to fog this? I don't think so. Because we can always just... They get a draw card, but we can always just flash... We can always just cast Vine Dryad again. And they're, like, very close to dead if they're attacking with Tiamat. Because we have, like, 5 on board. We might be able to actually just kill them if they attack with Tiamat. Yeah, especially with the Endurance. Are we 1 off? No, because we have Ballista. We should be... Wait. Shit. We might be 1 off. I could also just hardcast Obscuring Haze here, but then why did I also could just Endurance block. Endurance gets blocked by this. Alright, we have plenty of time. We have 5 minutes to think about this a little bit longer. If I cast Endurance and then cast Vine Dryad, pitching, Rampaging Yaguai, I have 1, 2, 3, and a 3/3 in play. And the ability to Bossing Say as well. Although not without a land, I don't have the ability to Bossing Say. No, I can Bossing Say Pump Dryad Arbor. That's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They would go to 1 and block and kill the Endurance still. And I would be tapped out for that. If I draw a land, I could play a 3/3 Ballista. That doesn't help me kill them. I think it might be Chump Block with Endurance. Ping them down with Vine Dryad, and then Obscuring Haze them next turn. We leave those in there. Maybe this is wrong. They still have, I guess 3 of their cards are like 2 of their cards are kind of blanks. Although they're gonna untap with a counter spell. Yeah, I'm not really allowed to cast any more spells, huh? Yeah, I think I just take this. I'm just gonna die, though. I'm just gonna, like, actually die in the air. I mean, did I fuck this all up? Why not just take 7? I mean, that's what I was trying to, like, work out. The issue is that I think I'm going to potentially die. To 13 damage in the air and a counterspell for my Obscuring Haze, right? Yeah. Like if I just pump the Dried Arbor, put them to 1, I just die on in the air. I think I fucked this up. I think I was supposed to Obscuring Haze or block. If I bolt, I can Bossing Say. Obviously, I mean, I actually can't disciple. Yeah, this Transcendent counterspell thing is gonna kill me, I think. I mean, I guess I do have multiple Reach Creatures, so I'm not like dead. And they did have to remove them. I think I just have to cast my spells here and attack them for 1. Because if they cast removal spells, then they can't cast their big counterspell dragon. Debating on whether or not I want to play out Walking Ballista here. I think the answer is yes. It's actually really funny. If they Transcendent Dragon my Obscuring Haze, then I they get to prevent damage. They get to fog me. Thought Dragon cost 7. No, this thing costs 6. Opt, sure. Maybe I was supposed to Obscuring Haze in response to that, honestly. If they just go like land, but if they just go land, attack, pass, then I think I kill them, right? If I just block with endurance, then they die, I believe. One card on top. Not great. Flow state, sure. Punish me for not endurancing you. Leyline Binding, sure. Sure. Do we get him? You should have blocked first. So they counter it, I have to block, and if they have like a weird like counter plus removal spell or some shit. I'm really hoping that they have Mana Tithe or like Force Spike here. Would be so sick. Yes! Let's go! Obscuring Haze, let's fucking go. This card rips. 0 mana fog. What a game. What a fucking sick ass game, too. Vine Dryad, like, legitimately dealing like 5 damage over the course of that game. Fucking great. Oh my god. Fog too good, indeed. Yeah, Loki Vine Dried is just good. I am very convinced that it is correct to play this card. This certainly is a collection of cards. It's a fucking sweet one. This is my favorite thing about Duel Commander is you get like this fucking pile of nonsense. Where else do you get to register Vine Dryad and Obscuring Haze and bring back like Thrun the Last Troll? Forest Walk was huge. The attacks through the Tiamat. It was awesome. That was on a Molda 5 in that game 3 as well, I think. Yeah, because we kept. Wait, was that Molda? No, yeah, that was a Molda 5. We kept Tribe Scout land Boseiju. These cards are all legal in Green Commander decks. Duel Commander. Let's calm down with the accusations. We're not playing EDH here. This is a competitive 1v1 format, just like any other. Yeah, this is like This is legitimately like not just a one note aggro deck like I kind of expected it to be. It has the ability to, yeah, like you said, tutor for your hate bears, like fog lock opposing creature decks, stuff like that. This deck's sweet. I love this deck, honestly. I am very enamored by Nakia. I really thought it was going to be like kind of a real one note deck or a meme deck or something, or just like be not good. This deck is really intriguing to me. How versatile it is, like all the different types of cards it wants. The classic Constant Mists, Jewel Rail, Ouroboros, Tail Swipe. Maybe more decks should be jamming Vine Trellis. I think a specific type of deck wants Vine Dryad. It's the deck that puts a personal Howling Mine into play on turn 2. Thoughts on Sylvan Tutor? Well, it doesn't get the same card, the card in the same turn unless it's flash, right? So it's basically exactly Endurance Tutor. Which like I think it would take a lot more like Reanimator or like Tiamat, Academy Rector stuff for me to want Sylvan Tutor. But I like the tutors that are cheaper. I like spending less mana than casting and Vine Dryad. If I'm Sylvan tutoring for a Vine Dryad, I think something has gone really wrong. More flash dudes to beef up Sylvan Tutor. I can't imagine there are a ton of flash creatures in green. We got some time before match 5. Let's see what we can Sylvan Tutor into, huh? Skylasher, Delver Killer Extraordinaire. Flash. Creature. Green. Legal and Duel Commander. Can't play Flash against the Hall Gems. And you can flash them in on upkeep. You're still good. Oh, the classic. The Ambush Viper, that 3/4 Echo Guy in green was the first Flash creature, if I remember correctly. We're all wowed by the ability. 3/4 Echo Guy in green. Oh, well, there are actually 56 Flash creatures. Well, there's some, like, colorless ones, too. Oh, Endurance at Home? Ambush Wolf. I guess there are a lot of, like, Flash green creatures. I didn't think about how many, like, combat trick Flash creatures there were. Kind of forgot that was green's thing. Board Wipe Insurance, much worse wouldn't space up. Cloud Thresher, not really Duel Commander material. Simian Grunts, I guess we'll get there at some point. Green Slime. I thought about this when I was on my like Fantastic Car hater arc. I was like, We could put green slime in the deck. If it was like, if it actually stifled, it didn't specify artifact or enchantment. I would be a little bit more keen on this card. Guardian Augmenter, protect your Nakia. Nakia doesn't really need to be in play. Fucking Spore Frog's big brother. Huge. Sandstalker Moloch is like not playable. It's pretty unplayable though. Bind. We should play Bind. Is that the 2-mana Stifle draw card or whatever in green? I remember I had that like casual Omnath in college. Oh, huge. Script Ranger. Blocks Spider-Man 2099. Untaps your creatures. Skylasher my goat. Wolfear Avenger. I remember I played this card in Standard. Totally lives through all 29's rule. Yeah, don't worry about it. It also is per red if you don't think about it. We tutored the Yeva, and then all of our creatures have flash. Alright, I think we're going too deep on this. I think all these cards are very bad. Scrivenger isn't super trash. Yeah, it's like not. It's probably actually the best, the next most playable flash creature. But I can't imagine A, a lot of situations where you're silver and tutoring for it, and B, it being very good. Oh yeah, there's some mean runs. Wow. 3-mana, 3/4. I mean, as Echo, but sicko combat trick. If it was the first flash creature ever. It's just normal trash. Yeah, that's about right. You want the you want pro red, not pro blue against 2099. Are there any pro red creatures in green? There's no way, right? Oh, I suppose protection from multicolor red does qualify. And also all these things that say can't be counter red, and then it say protection from other things. My 7-mana protection from instants. I briefly entertained the idea of shifting Ceratops because this thing can survive sunburn spells and it has pro 2099 and it's uncounterable. I think this is the next Spider-Man tech card that I would play. It also, but like, it does die to some other removal still, which means it's not great for 4 mana. But yeah, no pro red cards. I'm not very surprised. It's all like pro blue. It's kind of Green's thing. Uncounterable pro blue stuff. What was I looking up? Bind? This is Stifle draw card, I believe. Oh, it's activated ability specifically draw card. That is a lot worse because you can't hit Car. Maybe not a lot worse, but are we playing both runs? We're just playing the OG Thrun. I'm trying to try Hitmonkey instead of OG Thrun, but Hitmonkeys don't exist on MTGO apparently, except for the one opponent that I played against. So we will just keep playing Thrun for a little bit. I've not actually paired into Spider-Man 2099 a single time. The one league I switched over to Doom just to try it again, I paired into a 2099 player. I was really mad because I wanted to like get some more reps in that matchup, or any reps in that matchup. Because like maybe this deck is like really cool and it's fun to play, and if you have a bad 2099 matchup, it's probably just unplayable. The sad fact of reality. But I mean, that's not stopping anyone from registering Car when it's like silly and beats the shit out of stuff, and then also as a 0% 2099 matchup. I don't know why I'm scrolling through cards with bind in the name. There's like literally no reason for me to do this. Can I move my cards around here? I can't. I still have a fairly sizable list of cards I kind of want to try, but I'm really running low on cards that I want to cut. I'm genuinely like starting to be at a loss. Swap to Surrock against 2099. I was debating on whether it's correct to swap to Thrun or Hitmonkey, which is why I think Hitmonkey, like the 2099 matchup, is theoretically a reason I wanted Hitmonkey over Thrun, because Thrun is like the impassable wall that they can't attack through ever unless they have specifically Phoenix, but it also doesn't really let you attack because you just kind of have to play scared. Whereas Hitmonkey doesn't really like block 2999 forever. It just kind of like dies instantly as soon as they attack with it. But it does play offense and defense, so you can play it. It's uncounterable, it's unboltable, and then you just attack them. And then if they go for the combo, you can jump block it. But I don't know if that's good enough, or if you just kind of want to play Thrun and then utilize your other creatures to aggro them down while just having an impassable Thrun wall. But like, this card just doesn't exist on Moto. I don't know where they all are. If anyone finds a Hitmonkey, please trade it to me. I know they exist. I played against one on Moto. They're out there somewhere. They have a 1 in 960 chance of being opened in a chest or whatever. Someone please trade me a Hitmonkey so I can test it. Thrun's been pretty good, though. He's better on offense and better on defense. He's just not better as a dual-purpose card, which is theoretically the spot you'd want a card like Hitmonkey against 2099, like I was just talking about. Where you need to be worried about the threat of death at any moment, but also need to be killing them so that they don't have infinite time to gather up their combo pieces. Maybe the testing plans lean extra hard into one or the other, aggro, fog, value, or lands. Yeah, I hate doing that, but it's like maybe somewhat correct. I really struggle with the deck building process at that point, because once I start playing the deck and I like find the cards that I like, it's like I don't want to cut the cards just because I'm trying the different versions or whatever, even though it's obviously for the sake of testing. It limits my brain's ability to deck build properly. Maybe that's nothing. Maybe I just said some nonsense words. But like on my, where is it? Monksfield. I have like 48 cards still in the considering. I should probably play Castle Garenbrig, huh? I'm like kind of allergic because I love basic lands, but Castle Garenbrig's pretty good at just like letting you double spell like a turn earlier once you get to like the fifth mana, sixth mana stage of the game. And it's like mostly free. It's got to be close to impossible to defend mark. Plus, there's a lot of air to draw. I don't think so. Most 2099 lists lately are like super control heavy with like 7 creatures or something. There are still like the old tempo versions that play like 20 or something, and that's like one of the reasons that you could also like just sideboard into something like Hitmonkey. Just blocks all like the shitty flash flyers and stuff. And then you don't make the game about the monarchy. If you play against the creature version, I think you're definitely sideboard pivoting, at least on the draw. Versus the control version, maybe you're still supposed to sideboard pivot. You also maybe even like fit stage depths in here. It's probably pretty good against 2099. I've thought about Jite just for like the creature matchups. It's a lot of things. Like every green deck in Modern and Legacy plays every fair green deck in Modern Legacy plays Malevolent Rumble. Are we supposed to play it too? I think it's just like a reasonably high quality cantrip, right? Because it like rebates you the colorless. It's effectively like green, look at your top 4, grab a permanent, and mill 3, which is I assume why everyone plays it, because it's a really strong effect. But I don't know if I'm in the business of casting cantrips like that. But maybe I'm underrating Rumble a lot. We don't like have a ton of graveyard synergies. Like the milling isn't great, but I cut it because it doesn't really affect the board. Well, I mean it makes like a chump blocker at the very least. Doesn't not affect the board. I can probably cut some of these things off the considering list. Just because they probably just don't matter anymore. They're just not good enough. A lot of the considering cards were like in the original iteration of the deck. Like Collector Earth's just not playable. Basking Brutes, like Balustrade Worms is not what this deck's about at all. I thought about Basking Brood Scale combo at some point when I was just like looking at infinite combos that the deck could do, but it's probably just like way too inconsistent even with Saga. And the cards by themselves aren't good enough. Questing Beast, I think, is also just not. It's too expensive. Not really what the deck's about. You would probably start cutting Sentinel, Enable City, generic 3-drop value cards. The haste cards, Strangler Geist, and Hellcat. Pretty bad. Tyvar is not there. I see Ursine Monstrosity a lot in like green decks. I think this card sucks. Am I wrong? This card seems just like it never does anything. It's like really bad against removal. Just kind of is like a big Tarmogoyf. And you don't really want regular Tarmogoyf as 3 mana. I don't know. I think this card's kind of bait. Very good for aggro strats. Yeah, but like it's just like a big trample creature. It doesn't. It sucks. It just attacks. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Which is, I guess, means that like it's good if you are just a pure aggro deck, which this deck kind of isn't. I even cut like the Underbound Adventurer. Maybe you're supposed to keep an Underbound Adventurer as like another roundabout wave. I guess you can't really rely on Underbound Adventurer as like a kill through chasm because you don't have like infinite chasm locks really. Goyf autocorrected to boyfriend. Hey, I'm into it. You seen that mouth? I don't have a Goyf to show off. I had these like, am I supposed to play these like ramp cards at the very beginning? The answer is definitely no. We can like remove this shit for sure. I feel like Birthing Pod might be good enough because Arboroid and Ice Tail Explorer are so good, just like potting your Nakia into those. Just like turn 2 Nakia, turn 3 Pod Nakia into Ice Till. Kenrith's transformation. Isn't there like a bestow creature that does that? Draw a card, Elk. There's like a Modern Horizons Elk bestow thing, isn't there? It's like also a creature. I think it's probably more expensive. I have no fucking clue how I would possibly search that. We're firing super fast the first 4 matches and just completely dead. Bummer. But there's a lot to talk about in terms of deck building. Still. Elk, green. I'm sure they're like 100. Only 22. Nice. Trickster's Elk. Oh, it's the same cost too. You cast it on rebate, or if the thing dies, then you get your 3/3 back. I think I'd rather play this than like the draw card, but I don't know if I want to play either. I think I'd maybe play Connor before either of the or Lizard Connor's Curse because it's just a giant dude. As a diehard Slimefo fan, potting your 3-drop commander is awesome. Yeah, I mean, Eldritch Evolution is very good. Pod's like shitty Eldritch Evolution. Yeah, Lizard also, yeah, good if late game just like turn one of your dorks into a 4/4, just like a ton of power. Certainly not unreasonable. Or just like a random token or whatever. ship this guy too. Start cleaning up my maybe board at least a little bit. I don't think Collector Roof is super playable unless a ton of artifact decks that are activating their artifacts are coming up a bunch. Balustrade Worms, definitely a no. I'm gonna cut the Blade of the Blood Chief stuff. It's just not. It's pretty clunky. Pod is not bad. Evolution, one of them is Lego Modern. Fair, yeah, it's just more expensive. Also, I would say that Evolution is pretty good at Modern right now. Would it be better than Pod would be? No, you could still do Pod too, right? It does cost one more mana than an Evolution. But you could still Pod Allosaurus Rider into Griselbrand, right? And Birthing Ritual exists, I guess. It's kind of true. I'm not queued into Emery. Everyone's. I don't understand. Am I not understanding the Emery deck at all? Every time I play against it, it's just not very good. A lot of like French people think Emery is like the scariest deck to ever exist. I feel like it has like no good matchups. It doesn't do anything. Which is, you know, obviously a little bit of an extreme stance, but is not very good. People just don't know what to prioritize. Yeah, this is the vibe I'm getting. This is probably a good time to go on my car rant too. Low key, I like. There's probably a world, and maybe it's even likely that car gets banned because it's like toxic and has bad play patterns and isn't like within the the format that the rules committee wants to sculpt. But that deck is so far from unbeatable. But everyone's just like the car's broken. You can never beat it if you're not a blue deck. It's horrible. It's destroying the meta. It's just I really feel like people just aren't even trying. Like I think Nakia has a very good match, even without the Yao Guai specifically. I think we're playing a bunch of reasonable cards that are also good versus Car. And the car matchup is actively good. People just don't know that you can mulligan to 4 versus the one trick combo deck and find your hate card and then fucking kill them. Or that they want to add interaction that can beat car and not just play like the 75th Lightning Bolt. Like, we had a stream. I still remember this because it was such a fucking demoralizing stream. I played Cloud. It was probably like, I don't know, 5-6 months ago at this point, and there was this deck that had just won MTGO trial that was like Wandering Minstrel, 5-color Cascade into Hypergenesis, or the Warp World Cascade card 2, whatever, and you just like spew a bunch of giant creatures into play. And I think that deck was very bad. It could never beat a blue deck, and it beat the shit out of me 3 times, 3 different people in the exact same league. And it was like, wow, this deck is horribly miserable to play against. But like, I didn't go like, oh, they should ban this deck. I was like, well, I'm probably never going to see it again because I don't think this deck is very good. But like, if it suddenly becomes a part of the meta, I'm pretty sure I could put more cards in Cloud to tech for this matchup specifically. Only reason to ban Car is because it's uncool. Yeah, the vibes are atrocious on Car. I'm not gonna argue that. It's just like it's Legacy Belcher. It's oops all spells. But like, I don't see any difference between Car and that Cascade Hypergenesis deck. They're both like very consistent at like just turn 2, turn 3ing you. And if you don't have blue spells in your deck, it's very hard to interact with traditionally without adjusting your deck a little bit. But ultimately, the decks don't seem very good to me. But no one batted an eye about the silly Hypergenesis deck, and the decks feel near identical to me. The majority of cards that are good against Car are mid to mid plus against non-card decks, but like you don't even have to play that many because you have the mulligan button too. You can play some really good naturalizes. People also like are really stuck in this thought process that naturalizes aren't good in Duel Commander because they weren't good in like 2023. But like as the format has gone on, there are just more and more targets in every deck. Even against like Tasker or 2099, having a Force of Vigor in your hand isn't the worst because you can stop like half of 2099's haste enablers or like blow up if you're tapped out and your Tasker opponent goes like for a Wilderness Circulation, you can shoot it before they untap. There are a lot of modal artifact hate cards that are really good against Car while being pretty relevant elsewhere. Exactly. All this is to say that, like, sure, you can name Bankar or whatever is, like, pretty toxic. The format's probably a better place without it, but, like, you can also just try to beat the deck, guys. We don't have to just be like, it's too good against non-blue, I can never beat it with my green deck or my white deck. It's just, we can't do it. Yeah, every deck plays, like, five, like, every white deck plays a bunch of O-rings. There's, like, since they printed Portable Hole and Seam Rip, like, Naturalizer are great against every white deck. I think players are just upset they have to log into hate cards against lose. Yeah, I guess I'm jaded because I'm a legacy player more than a dual commander player. So I'm very much used to just mulling to 4 against Storm or whatever and deafening silencing them. But that's not really like the MO of dual commander. But again, this deck, to me at least, unless someone can like draw a line to explain to me why these decks are different, this deck is no different than the Cascade deck that no one plays anymore. It was popular for like 1 week. It won a trial. It was a silly meme. It beat the shit out of me 3 times in the same league. And then it just vanished off the face of the earth because it was not very good. It could never beat a blue deck. So, like, we're not banning Hypergenesis. What do you think the odds of 29 slash Yorkshire getting banned? I think they're getting higher every day, certainly. I mean, last BNR update, they said, like, it was, like, in a similar spot to Aragorn or Rafine, which felt kind of silly because Rafine is literally banned, but I kind of understand what the point they were making was. Um, that it was kind of at the top of the meta, but, like, not quite. Like, it was, like, fairly reasonable, and other decks had play versus it. And I think that continues to be true, but it does feel like the deck is a little bit too good, and I wish they could nerf it and not ban it, but it seems really hard to nerf it. Like, short of like banning 3 of the like most or all of the haste enablers, which feels stupider than just banning 2099. I don't really understand the Rafine ban. Yeah, I wasn't around for the Rafine ban. I get it, especially back then. It was probably way better than it could. People are clamoring for it to be unbanned, so maybe it is unbannable at some point. But local players quit because because they're complaining about 2099. That is pretty rough. Yeah, there's a point where like play rate and like the play patterns, if people aren't enjoying them, that they should, you know. Yeah, Rafine I don't think adds anything to the format. It does feel just like Esper Aragorn. Aragorn's already kind of boring. 2099 was fun for a little bit in that it was at least a different dynamic of deck, in that your removal was a lot better, like your instant speed removal, and it does offer that like deck building puzzle of like you can build your deck to beat it more, and a lot of my decks like weren't respecting 2099 as much as they maybe should in terms of playing sorcery speed removal instead of instants, something that I've talked about a lot with like Quintorius deck building and stuff. Esper Aragorn seems awesome. Black's better than red, but that's like why they wouldn't want to unban it, right? Because Aragorn is already very good. It's not really seeing any play right now because of 2099, but it's like easily 2099 ban. It just becomes the best deck again. I don't think I would want to see Esper Aragorn at 1 less mana and has a ward. Tranquil Frillback doesn't strike me as playable. Also, it's really expensive. Play most of the stuff. I should get a What's the Earthcraft? Should put Earthcraft on the considering pile. It's entirely possible this card's like too good not to play, and I should have just been playing it since the beginning. But I don't know. For some reason I'm kind of adverse to putting it in the deck. Squirrel Girl too. Yeah, but I have to like read that card. I mean, it's $300 in paper. Yeah, I think I own one actually. Maybe not. The unbeatable Squirrel Girl. She is unbeatable. So how do we lose if we play Squirrel Girl? ETB or attacks, make a 1/1, pay 4, make X 1/1s or X is the number of squirrels you control. Okay. So yeah, it goes infinite with Earthcraft if you have enough starting mana. How much mana do you need to go off from like literal nothing? If you just play Squirrel Girl on an empty board, or not empty board, how many creatures do you need to kill? Earthcraft, Squirrel Girl plus Squirrel already makes 2 mana, so if you have 2 other creatures, then you make 2 squirrels. So you need 4 creatures to kill from 4 creatures / open mana after playing Squirrel Girl. So 4 creatures and or lands. And it's just like okay, like 4/4 and a 1/1 ETB makes more squirrels, so like helps on offense and defense. It's maybe not bad. 4 man's kind of a lot. It's a sweet pot target. I don't know if I'd ever pot like out short of like literally comboing them. I don't know if I'm potting for it over Ice Till or Thrun in specific instances. We don't need no stinging combo, but like Earthcraft is just a really good card, right? And I think Earthcraft is the card that gets you to play Squirrel Girl. I don't think I'm ever putting this in my deck without Earthcraft in it. I think there are cards that are way better value than this. I'm just playing like Mole Man before I'm playing this, right? If I just want a creature that makes 1/1s. Should add Nykthos too to the maybe pile. I was hearing pretty good reports of Nykthos, and you do have like really massive boards sometimes. It's no Vine Dryad. True. Yeah, you get it. Squirrel Girl is no Vine Dryad. Squirrel Girl wouldn't have won us that game against Tiamat. I think that's probably correct, right? I mean, we never had, like, that card was not going to cast that game. Vine Dryad was literally free twice. I think legitimately the card I'm closest to playing is Mole Man. I think this deck's just really mana hungry. And I like having the ability to play more play lands out of the graveyard. And make more creatures. Imagine flashing in Vine Dryad and using it to untap a land with Earthcraft to pay for Force Spike. What are they Force Spiking? I guess like you just tap out for a thing. You tap out for a spell on your turn, and you flash in the Vine Dryad, get them. Also does Chasm Loop. Yeah, I mean a little. Your Chasm Loop card kind of also wants to play, like wants to get more lands in play, but yeah. If we're an Earthcraft Rabbit Hole, do you play Scroll Nest? No, I don't think so. because it's just not. It's a Squirrel Girl that's not tutorable, and Earthcraft is already not tutorable. You just want the instance of Earthcraft being a very good card to like enable a bunch of mana in your deck. And then Squirrel Girl is just like a card that can go into your creature, like your main cards that tutor creatures. So if you have an Earthcraft game, you can just be like, okay, I do have this like option in my pocket to kill out of nowhere. It's like just full combo kill. Although it doesn't like kill, right? It does just make infinite squirrels. It's not literally lethal for whatever that's worth. I don't know how many decks could beat infinite squirrels. Just like every combo deck. Car. Well, not really car unless they've already carded you. Tiamat. Infinite Swirl. It does also infinite mana, yeah. I don't think you can usually kill them with infinite mana. There's also infinite, like, untapping your lands. If you have, like, War Room, you can, like, draw 15 cards or whatever. Oh, no, it's only untap basics, right? Yeah. Finale. I mean, we could, but then now we're suddenly playing more bad cards that I don't really want to play. Finale is like the fourth best tutor that I would put in this deck, and I'm short of Birthing Pod and a Malevolent and a Nature's Rhythm and potentially a Chord of Calling before. Yeah, we could like you could draw into Ballista or you could find Ballista, but you would need to like have it in hand. Can you Green Sun for anything that kills? Green Sun for Formidable Speaker for Ballista. So yeah, all your creature tutors become kills. Oh, I guess all your creature tutors that aren't Green Sun can just find the Ballista anyway. Good survival there because survival's on the maybe list. It got put on the bench because it's really expensive and doesn't affect the board. Survival was in the deck earlier. Clamp also draws your deck. Yeah, that's true. It's like creature tutors, Clamp, Ballista. This might be the only. Make an infinite rampaging Yao Guai. Crop rotation for a layer. No, layer would become tapped and also doesn't have haste. Yeah, I don't think it matters that much. That might be it for tonight, huh? Only another 3-1. I kind of wanted to get a full league, unfortunately. Do you like Hex Trigger? Seems kind of mid. I've gone back and forth. Hex Trigger's had some good spots for me. Like when the board gets a little bit gummed up and you just get your Progenitus and kill them. Grazer seems subpar. I like Grazer way more than the other land playing creatures. I would cut Sky Shred Ranger and Sakura Tribe Scout long before I cut Grazer. Blocks Diamond, my goat. It's got reach. Literally Mox Diamond that can block. He's also immune to removal. Well, immune in that he can always ramp into turn 2 Nakia. Yeah, I think I'm definitely if I were to cut turn 2 Nakia enablers, it would be Sky Shred Ranger and Sakura Tribe Scout first. But I've been happy enough with them. Should we be playing like we do have like Swift Reflexes as a protection spell. It's the only one we play. Because it's also a removal spell, and Mono Green desperately wants removal spells. I fairly infrequently use it as removal or as protection. Yeah, exactly. Grazer's great because it gets run bolt the bird for your turn 2 Nakia. Although that being said, there are some cards that I would rather like enablers that get bolted rather than play like we talked about at the very beginning of the stream. I cut the burgeoning to play Sky Shred Ranger because I was more concerned with like fighting battles of creatures in play. rather than having the ability to play turn 2 Nakia through removal spell on my mana dork. And it's possible I maybe like go back to the burgeoning too, but burgeoning was definitely the most underperforming of my 1-drop Nakia enablers, so I ended up benching it for the Sky Shard Ranger. Is there a combo fight spell, protection spell besides Legolas? Probably not. Maybe a 2-mana or something. You can't get instant speed and protect. Do I want Tyvar Stand? I don't think so. I think the pure protection spells aren't very good because your creatures aren't very good. There's not a ton you really need to be protecting. You'd rather just be spending your mana playing more, just spewing more shit onto the board. When you have your personal Howling Mine, you're kind of just like churning your hand and just like tossing everything out of the board constantly. Yeah, I have Tameo Safekeeping on my list as probably the next best protection spell. But I don't think it's worth it either. Kitty. Kitty, go away. Kitty, oh nope. Alright, she's not going away. I really wasn't expecting Nakia to live as much as she did. We haven't had any Duel games tonight, but like with as much as Nakia is living, there's like maybe a world where you could play Hojo. They saved all the Q time for the last match? For real? Like, what the hell? We fired all 4 matches tonight near instantly, and then everyone vanished for the last match. Which is at least a little bit convenient because I was really looking for, like, I had played so many leagues with this deck, I was really looking for a chance to just, like, sit here and, like, talk at people about the deck because I'm just really excited and I'm very much enjoying this deck. So it's been fun, actually, just, like, shooting the shit for 40 minutes. As much as I also would like to go the fuck to sleep. So narrowed down my considering list, like, fairly substantially at least. Scared of queuing into the mono green queen. Yeah, we're kind of cooking tonight, too. Fucked up our 1 loss. Like, severely fucked up, just, like, distracted stream playing. Just, like, attacked into a Glacial Chasm with my onboard, Dust Bowl. Yeah, Hojo's kind of cool. I like that Jor-El does, like, to not care if Nakia dies, but also Nakia just feels like it's never dying because no one ever cares to kill her. Because, yeah, her usefulness kind of is wrapped into her ETB. But you would be able to actually activate her, and you only lose 1 damage if you're activating her onto, like, a non-summoning sick creature, so if you're, like, -1 damage, draw a card. Ain't bad. And the damage does scale, right? You're -1 damage that turn, but then the 2 damage is also, like, permanently in play. So the next turn you're up 2 damage. But I guess if you untap Hojo and Nakia again, you're probably just activating Hojo again. Is there anything else that Hojo would actually do anything with in, like, the whole deck? You need activated abilities that target your own creatures. Or oh no, any activated ability. Whenever one of our creatures you control become the target of an activated ability, draw a card. I guess Walking Ballista, that's a little bit loose. Sylvan Safekeeper combo. I think that's kind of it, huh? Formidable Speaker. Has anyone ever cast a Disciple of Freyalise in the history of Magic the Gathering? I'm starting to think this card sucks, and I just want to play Basic Force. I don't know if I've not cast this card once in 5 leagues. I think it's just Force that deals me 3 damage. I cast it, lost next turn. Really driving home the point here. Want to double down and play Turn Timber Symbiosis? But, like, I think I'd rather cast that one at 7 mana than this at 6. If you're at that point in the game, if you have a creature Dissect a Disciple of Freyalise that's gonna draw you 4 cards, then you're already like massively ahead. Whereas like if you're a little bit behind and you're flooding out, then you can cast a card like Turn Timber Symbiosis and maybe catch back up. Like, I only think you're casting this card when you're miles ahead, or when you've gotten, like, Wrathed on turn 12 and you just don't need another land, you need a creature, and then it's just, like, a 3/3. I guess turn Timber Symbiosis, you flip 0 creatures? That seems unlucky. My expert analysis is that you should get better at being lucky. Top 7? That's gotta be real low odds. Like 38 creatures, 39 with Riot Arbor. You can sack your commander that you can replay. But, like, Nakia is good. You're, like, attacking with Nakia every turn. You're a beatdown deck. Well, like, what are we doing on 6 mana where we're going to play Disciple of Freyalise to draw 3 cards and gain 3 life, rather than, like, not killing them? Yeah, I'm a big Basic Forest fan in my Arbor Elf, Utopia Sprawl, couple of cards that only come into play if you have a basic land. Come and play on tap if you have a basic land deck. But also, I was also sitting here looking at, like, we could play Castle Garenbrig, we could try Nykthos, but I do hate cutting green sources, and notably, it is at least an untapped green source versus, like, Yalfamaya Hollow or Nykthos, which are colorless cards. But yeah, low-key, I think we might kill Disciple for at least. What do you think of Gingerbread Cabin? Unplayable. Not even a little bit. Not even close to close. There are like 30 lands that I would put in my deck before Gingerbread Cabin. That's maybe an exaggeration, but it's probably close. Gingerbread Cabin's fucking terrible, though. The card is so bad. The fight? Yeah, no, the fight GFC is actually good. I cast that one. That one's playable and in the deck. Bridgeworks Battle. The best by far, because this deck really wants removal spells. Are we talking about the other fight MDFC? The one that comes into play tapped? The strictly worse Bridgeworks Battle, but you can only play one, so, like, maybe? That one's honestly maybe playable. Yeah, the OG. I could not tell you the name of that card even a little bit. I'm going to stick around until the league timer dies, which is at 1 hour for those of you that don't know. But if that doesn't happen, then we're turning off the stream. But we're pot committed at this point. We got 10 minutes. I have plenty more shit to say about this deck, so I don't. I should put what's that Pit of Offerings as well? I should put that in the maybe board. I don't think I'm concerned enough about graveyard stuff currently. Like, I cut my Scavenging Ooze. I'm just playing the Raccoon and the Endurance. If I were more worried about Reanimator stuff, we could play Pit, but we could also put the Scooze back into the deck. We have like some various options. Like, Pit is pretty good in your Crop Rotation Elvish Reclaimer deck. Yeah, that's true. Quint, it is nice that Quint keeps the graveyard decks out a little bit, but I feel like I just always see them anyway. I feel like I always played against the 5-color deck, whatever the hell it's called. The 3 mana. I don't remember the name. You play Scavenger Grounds too slow. It's not too slow. It's that it's well, it's a little bit too slow. It's also colorless. I think Pit of Offerings is nice because it's off. It just has way more synergy with Crop Rotation and Reclaimer, and that you just get the ETB immediately. You don't have to like Reclaimer. You can't hold up Scavenger Grounds because it comes in tapped, and then you need to like untap and then activate it. And then Crop Rotation, you need to have Crop Rotation plus the 2 extra mana to utilize it. And ETB enter untapped colorless, obviously a little bit better than a Pit of Offerings because tap lands are really bad when you're trying to cast turn 2 Nakia. But I would probably it's maybe worth considering playing Pit of Offerings as an additional land because I kind of wanted to go up a land, and we could at least play the tap land. You go up like half a land. Pit of Offerings, obviously, when it's stuck in your opener, you can just kind of you can put it into play off of an Arboreal Razor sometimes, just to like just run out your tap land, like you do when you draw Dryad Arbor. But it's also possible that I'm supposed to play like a Nykthos or a Castle Garenberg before that. With Okina? No, that card is just non-basic forest. I ain't about that life. +1/+1 my legendary creature. It's better than Disciple. Basic Forest is better than both these cards, is what I'm getting at. Is that we were just talking shit about Disciple, but I think the first card I would cut for it is just Basic Forest. I would definitely play any of the lands in here before before Okina as well. Am I sold on Legends of Korra? Not really. It's like been kind of fine for me. It's probably the worst colorless land in the deck. Quick sanity check here. We have actually very little colorless lands in the deck. Am I crazy? I think this sucks. I think this deck is a really bad Urza Saga deck. But maybe that I don't think that means anything because I think you're just supposed to play Urza Saga anyway. Because you can also like tutor Might and Skull Clamp. But this deck also isn't even like that good of a Skull Clamp deck. The one time it does the thing, then it's awesome. Yeah, but like it's like your constructs are like dog shit. Your constructs are like 2/2s all the time. You also have Ice Till, but like if you're untapping with Ice Till for multiple turns, are you like ever losing? I guess you're just like not allowed to not play it. I think just like even if you're a bad Saga deck, Saga's just too good. I guess is the issue with monocolor especially. I just think this deck is a fucking awful Saga deck. Then I guess that just doesn't matter. I just don't like my land blowing up. You have so many things to spend your mana on. You're just like never making a construct. But like, land that blows up and goes and tutors Haywire Might probably better than most other colorless lands. Anyway, what were we talking about? I got distracted looking for colorless lands. Alright, also I'm going to kick out Stream Decker Bot while we're here waiting, because Stream Decker Bot keeps lying about what my deck is. Can I just, like, ban it, maybe? And I'll get rid of it forever? Ban Stream Decker Bot. Boom. Problem solved. All my lists are on Moxfield. Devilish Greg. Including the one we're looking at right now. No 7 Stream Decker Bot. Oh, if Stream Decker was fucking useful enough to update their when new sets came out on time, then maybe I would use Stream Decker again. But did I see the Hitmonkey list on Digitape? I perused it very briefly. That's how I discovered the 1-mana bite spells. Just like didn't think about them at all. I don't think it had anything else exciting in it though. Oh, there's an unbeatable squirrel deck too. Yeah, they have horrific assault. But like, I think this deck kind of sucks. And doesn't do any like environmental scientists. Pretty rough sell that we're casting this card. Armored Scrap Corger, kind of hot, honestly. Mana Dork that like is also graveyard hate, but yeah, and specifically bites are also like way better when you have a Death Touch Hexproof commander, right? Like Horrific Assault and the other one go crazy. Well, they're not even playing the other one, are they? There's another bite spell that they just did not put in the deck. Mutagen Man, Living Ooze. Yeah. I mean, you make a bunch of mana and you get to like make your creatures big. I guess. Yeah, it's not doing it for me. Yeah, I guess Land of Warwick one gets a little bit better when you're just like you're like half of a Voltron deck. Hitmonkey's probably not bad because like blue, 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 blue. He pumps the Saga constructs with the mutagen tokens. We've done it. We've made Urza Saga good. Sylvan Anthem? That card's probably not it, huh? Elven Chorus? Oh, this card's definitely not it. Jahira, Friend of the... Okay, yeah, this is all totally nonsense. Creature lands I don't think are super playable in... Or like that good in... Nakia. Supportive Parents? Infinite Mana with Squirrel Girl stuff. Although, it's not infinite mana, that's just like a bunch. Oh, that does eventually make infinite, yeah, if you have enough. Yard? Oh, regenerate squirrel, and then unbeatable squirrel well is in fact a squirrel. This all tracks. It's a neat deck. Alright, well, it seeming like this might be it for the stream. Didn't really get anywhere for the last match. Everyone vanished off the face of the earth after like 4 consecutive matches. Unfortunate. But we made a lot of headway in terms of like deck building and where to go, I think. But I mean, I've been enjoying this deck a lot. I've heard like literally no one talking about it, which I don't know. Maybe everyone thinks it's bad. Maybe everyone's just too obsessed with Carr right now. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm very curious to see what happens at French Nationals this weekend. We'll see if there are any cool breakout decks. We'll see if Carr runs everyone over and I'm wrong and dumb. Yeah, we need a 5-0 to get on the map for real. I've had like I've legitimately had so many. I've had 3-4 runs in a row with this deck, and then we lost around here. So we're either gonna 4-1 or 3-2 this league too. I think this deck is just very good. I've been very, but we also haven't played against like some of the top tier stuff. We haven't like if we wanted to like really get like grindy testing, is Nakia worth it? We would just be like, let's play a bunch of matches versus 2099 and like Tassiger and like see how the deck performs there. But of course, that's a lot harder to coordinate. And you just want to fire off some games first, get a feel for the deck. And I'm definitely getting more of a feel for the deck now after playing like 4 or 5 leagues with it. But that's gonna be it for tonight. Let's go find someone to raid. Who is playing Magic the Gathering? Jesus. Literally no one, huh? It's all arena. It's literally all arena. Oh, there's a modern player. Alright, I'll send you all over here. I don't know who this guy is. Intellectual BA deal. Playing green stuff. I see a Nature's Rhythm, I see an Endurance, and we're like the same deck pretty much. Raid. Alright. I'll be back next week. Some more content. I never mentioned this on the stream. I guess it's too late now because I was watching this part. But I thought about like if I wanted to like restream some of the French nationals stuff, since I would actually be able to watch it, and see if people want to do like a mini watch party for those of you that are like not going to watch it live because it's going to be like 4 a.m. in the States. But I'll maybe like tweet that out or something. Anyway, it's gonna be it for tonight. Thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. Had a lot of fun. We'll be back next week, same time, doing something. Probably Nakia, or maybe we'll watch some French nationals restreaming. Anyway, see you later.